Chapter 1264. After borrowing these people, Xiaoyan naturally had to return. He believed that with the help of the 32 spiritual guards from the Ginseng spiritual tribe, the overall strength of the Burning Flame Valley in the battle with the two sects would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if the people from the Ghost Hall appeared, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. This time, the Ginseng spiritual tribe had done Xiaoyan a great favor. When they came, they were alone. When they left, they formed a mighty army. This scene caused quite a number of people in the city to be shocked. However, just as Xiaoyan and the others were preparing to leave the ancient city, a somewhat familiar energy fluctuation came from afar and attracted Xiaoyan's gaze. That is, sensing the energy fluctuation, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. After hesitating for a while, he seemed to have recalled something in his mind. His eyes rotated and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Behind him, Qing Feng could not help but ask with a suspicious face when he saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face. Even the faces of the people behind him were filled with curiosity. Perhaps the time for us to return will be delayed for a while." Xiaoyan smiled, after which he led the group and flew in a certain direction outside the ancient city. In a short moment, this group arrived in front of a majestic mountain peak. Looking at the majestic mountain peak that towered into the clouds in front of them, everyone present could not help but raise their eyebrows. Their eyes revealed some surprise. There were thunder clouds lingering on the mountain peak. Waves of thunder continued to roar. The surroundings of the mountain were surrounded by thunderbolts. As they flickered continuously, it was as though a lightning dragon was lingering on it. On the mountain wall, there were 3 large words that contained a faint pressure that were carved in a dragon-like manner. Gray Mountain. This mountain peak was the entrance to the lightning pool in the empty space of the ancient city. Back then, Xiaoyan had also used the lightning pool in the empty space of the Gray Mountain to break through his cultivation. It was unexpected that he would once again come here today. The 3 large words that contained the pressure of a Do Di on the mountain wall were currently ordinary in Xiaoyan's eyes. The so-called elite Do Di had become a thing of the past many years ago. Who would have thought that Xiaoyan, who even a Ban Di had difficulty resisting back then, had now become such an expert? It was not an exaggeration to say that things remained the same, but people had changed. Xiaoyan smiled brightly as he raised his head to look at the mountain peak in front of him. His mind involuntarily recalled the past, especially Guyu. If Guyu had not protected him in the past, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to survive. A long while later, Xiaoyan withdrew his mind. His eyes once again focused on the thunderclouds above his head. He wondered just how much his cultivation would increase if he were to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. Looking at the situation on the lightning mountain, it was obvious that the lightning pool in the empty space had yet to open. If it had been in the past, even if the lightning pool had been opened, Xiaoyan would not have been able to enter it without the help of the empty space lightning pool. Of course, that was already in the past. With Xiaoyan's current cultivation and the help of the Great Way of the Void, it was naturally not a problem for him to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. After a simple discussion, the people from the Ginseng Spirit Tribe did not intend to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. They had just withdrawn from a long period of training and had only left the Ginseng spirit world today. How could they be willing to return to their repetitive training without doing anything? Hence, only Xiaoyan was able to enter the lightning pool in the end. The latter expressed their understanding toward this and did not say anything else. Endless training would indeed cause one's mental state to crack. Forget about them. Even if it was Xiaoyan himself, it was likely that he would not be able to endure it. Just think about it. Even Xiaoyan felt incomparably tired from these 3 years of training, much less over 10 years or even decades of bitter training by them. This time around, Xiaoyan directly climbed to the top of the Gray Mountain. He looked at the large thunderclouds above his head, and a fiery hot expression gradually surged into his eyes. A thought passed through his heart, and the Great Way of the Void was immediately agglomerated and formed. It transformed into a tent in the space in front of him. Under Xiaoyan's control, a special aura spread from it. Following the slow distortion of the great way of the void within the tent, a strange swirl also surfaced. Xiaoyan finally smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. He was just about to step into it when an unexpected change occurred the next moment. Whoosh! Following the appearance of a thunderous explosion, a dark black thunderbolt suddenly rushed out from within the dark black tent. It was just like a poisonous snake as it swiftly charged toward Xiaoyan. The thunderbolt's strength on it had reached an exceptionally frightening level. The sudden, unexpected change in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people below to change. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, remained calm. Not only did he not attempt to block the thunderbolt when it struck over, he instead rotated his hand. A fierce flame immediately spat out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous fire swirl that forcefully swallowed the lightning strength into his body. Only after that did he slowly lift his foot and stride into it. Xiaoyan entered the lightning pool again with ease. Although he had not seen it for many years, the impression of it was still fresh in his mind. With his current cultivation, Xiaoyan arrived at the core of the lightning pool in a short period of time. Vast thunderbolts were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The moment Xiaoyan paused, countless thunderbolts quickly gathered around him and turned into a torrent of thunderbolts that rushed towards him as if they were declaring their sovereignty. Seeing this scene, he could not help but frown. These thunderbolts alone were not a problem, but if they swarmed together, even he would not be able to deal with them easily. Immediately after, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. With a flash of light, the Northern King instantly appeared in front of him and blocked the violent impact of the thunderbolt power. From Xiaoyan's point of view, all the thunderbolts that rushed towards him seemed to have entered a bottomless abyss. The moment they touched the Northern King's body, they were forcefully absorbed. Then, after a slight flicker on the surface of the Northern King's body, they were all refined. The so-called thunderbolt power was not even worth mentioning in front of the Northern King. Without bothering about Gu Beiwang, Xiaoyan randomly found a place to sit down. After the aura in his body gradually stabilized, he activated the flame mantra chi method and began to wantonly absorb all the thunderbolt power in the lightning pool. As the flame mantra chi method circulated, the thunderbolt power that came into contact with his body was instantly absorbed into his body. After being refined by the heavenly flame and the circulation of the chi method, it turned into a pure energy that flowed into the vortex. At the same time, a huge energy vortex slowly formed above Xiaoyan's head. A ferocious suction force spread out from it and began to wildly devour the thunderbolt power in the lightning pool. Under this continuous devouring and refining, Xiaoyan's aura gradually rose. Chapter 1265. At the same time that Xiaoyan entered the lightning pool, chaos was about to rise in the outside world. In the extreme south, within the Heavenly Puppet sect, Zhongming was currently leaning on the main seat. His right index finger was gently tapping the armrest as thoughts continuously spun in his mind. In half a month's time, relying on the support of medicinal pills, the experts of the sect that were heavily injured by Xiaoyan had completely recovered. The experts that were sent out from various places had also been called back to the sect. Everyone was waiting for the day of the decisive battle with the Burning Flame Valley. TSK, 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 TSK. Sect Master is in a good mood. You are actually still resting here. Could it be that you do not plan to attack the Burning Flame Valley? A strange laughter suddenly sounded in the empty hall. Ren Fu raised his eyelids slightly and saw a ball of black fog swiftly flying across the hall. The laughter was so sinister that it made one want to vomit. The pair of blood-red eyes in the black fog caused one's entire body to feel a chill. However, he had already gotten used to such a scene over the past few years. Even if the latter appeared in front of him, there was nothing to be worried about. Can't you tell whether I will attack or not? This time, in order to completely eradicate the Burning Flame Valley's influence in the extreme south, I've already called back all the experts that were sent out earlier. It can be said that everything is prepared. The only thing that is lacking is the response from the group of bastards from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Sitting up, Ren Fu rubbed his face to make himself more awake. When he mentioned the 10,000 scorpion sect, a sinister expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Ever since the last battle, although the two sects had met, they appeared to be unconcerned on the surface. The 10,000 scorpion sect had also agreed to his heavenly puppet sex agreement. However, until now, Xieshan still had not given an accurate response. So, I think that you can add another condition to your agreement with me. You want to take a mile after taking an inch? Just as Ren Fu's voice fell, the ball of black fog instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at him. The killing intent within was not concealed at all. Help me kill Xieshan. This is not too much, right? Ignoring the murderous intent in the eyes of the person in front of him, Ren Gui coldly snorted. His voice was somewhat low as he slowly spoke. TSK, 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 TSK. That is your problem. We only promised you the geocentric body transformation milk. After eliminating the Burning Flame Valley, we will obtain Xiaoyan. As for you, you will obtain the geocentric body transformation milk that you want. As for the rest, we will not be responsible. A wave of disdainful laughter was immediately emitted from the black fog upon hearing this. When these words reached Ren Fu's ears, it caused the latter's face to instantly turn ashen. Half of his face involuntarily twitched. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the words spat out by the person in front of him caused his body to instantly stiffen. Remember, you are not qualified to discuss conditions with my ghost palace. When he saw that Ren Fu had stopped moving, the human figure covered by the black fog immediately let out a strange laugh. His figure gradually drifted away. When that ghost-like figure had completely disappeared, only Ren Fu, whose expression was extremely ugly, was left in the hall, as well as the cold laughter that faintly reverberated in the air. Outside of the savage ancient city on Gray Mountain, within the lightning pool in the void. In the depths of the lightning pool, after Xiaoyan refined the last bolt of lightning energy that the flame mantra had absorbed into his body, a pair of tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The corners of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. After this period of crazy devouring, the lightning energy had already been completely refined into pure energy within his body. Xiaoyan had also used this opportunity to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Until just now, his cultivation had already stepped into the peak of the Origin King realm. He was only a step away from the Origin Emperor realm. Huff, feeling the abundant energy within his body, Xiaoyan could not help but smile in disappointment, after which he was about to stand up. However, the instant Xiaoyan raised his head, the scene in front of him caused him to immediately freeze. The expression on his face also gradually turned into a stunned expression. Xiaoyan looked around him. The lightning pool, which was originally filled with lightning strength, was no longer able to see any lightning at this moment. After Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to investigate, he was stunned to discover that the lightning strength within a lightning pool had been completely absorbed. The so-called lightning pool had become a space of nothingness. It was likely that it would not be able to continue producing lightning energy for many years to come. And the person who had caused all of this to happen now wanted to obediently leave this place. Xiaoyan rubbed his nose somewhat awkwardly. Only then did he look at the North King to the side. When his gaze landed on the latter's body, his expression instantly changed. If one were to say who had completely absorbed the lightning energy within the lightning pool, it would probably be the North King. At this moment, the lightning strength lingering over the surface of the Northern King's body had become even denser and overbearing after absorbing the lightning strength. The luster of the purple color on its body had become even deeper. Lightning symbols surfaced all over its body. If one were to look carefully, one would find that those symbols were faintly wiggling like living creatures. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be most shocked was that there were 5 additional silver-colored dragon scales between the brows of the Northern King. The North King's transformation caused Xiaoyan's heart to tremble. It was true that the North King's body had come from the ancient Void Dragon clan. When he was alive, he had indeed possessed dragon scales. However, after being refined by the heavenly flame, the dragon scales had already fused with his body. His body should be smooth and smooth now, but the appearance of these dragon scales seemed to vaguely confirm something. But no matter what, the North King's strength had greatly increased after entering the lightning pool. There was no need to doubt this point. At this moment, the pressure from the lightning energy on the North King's body made even Xiao Yin shiver inwardly. There was no doubt that the North King's battle prowess had already reached the Origin King level. This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the thing that made Xiao Yin feel the most apologetic was that the lightning energy within the lightning pool had been accumulated for an unknown number of years. Now, it had all been used by Xiao Yin. If the people from the ancient wasteland city were to know of this, it was likely that they would wish to skin him alive. Qing Feng and the others had already become impatient after exiting the lightning pool. Xiao Yin could only smile in an embarrassed manner in the face of this. In the blink of an eye, he noticed the 3 large words Golay Mountain that contained the pressure of a Dodi. A thought immediately passed through his heart. Since he was the one who had caused the lightning within this lightning pool to be exhausted, he should at least take out some compensation. I will use this as a temporary compensation. Xiao Yin softly laughed. Immediately, he borrowed his own enormous spiritual strength and his current strength at the peak of the Yuan King class to leave behind a will of his on Golay Mountain. This was likely sufficient for quite a number of people to use to comprehend. Although this was not as effective as the lightning strength, one would be able to gain much more from comprehending it compared to the lightning pool in the empty realm once one comprehended it. Soon after, Xiao Yin finished doing all this. Only then did he understand from Qing Feng that it had been over half a month since he had entered the lightning pool. If it was not because the lightning energy within the lightning pool had been completely absorbed, it was likely that he would have continued inside at this moment. After recovering, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened when he thought of the big battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sects. His expression changed rapidly as he hurriedly let out a low cry from his mouth. He led this group of people and swiftly flew towards the extreme south at lightning speed. Chapter 1266. Outside the Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south, the vast and mighty army of the 2 sects gathered outside the Burning Flame Valley like a large dark cloud. Sunlight scattered down and a large shadow enveloped the mountaintop of the Burning Flame Valley. All the disciples in the valley stood up at this moment. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they stared at the distant sky. The sunlight was hidden, and what appeared in front of them was a large group of densely packed human figures that could not be seen clearly. Although they were unable to see just who these people were, all the disciples on the mountain understood that the Burning Flame Valley was likely going to face a great calamity today. The Burning Sky Ancestor and a group of experts from the valley stood on a spacious square on the mountaintop. The little fairy doctor and the rest were also present. At this moment, a silver puppet stood beside the little fairy doctor. This was the puppet that Xiao Yin had obtained when he saved the people from the Fong clan. Before they left, Xiao Yin had handed it to the little fairy doctor. At this moment, the surrounding experts could not help but reveal an envious expression in their eyes when they saw this. An Origin King level puppet was given away just like that. Even they did not have the ability to do such a thing. Has it finally come? The Burning Sky Ancestor narrowed his old eyes. His eyes stared intently at the vast and mighty army outside the Burning Flame Valley. He opened his mouth slightly and spoke in a deep voice. This is a true, decisive battle. The elites of the 2 sects have all gathered. All the experts who were sent out have been summoned back. Even the Origin Realm and Origin Transformation Realm deacons have been called over. They really do plan on bathing my Burning Flame Valley in blood. A grave expression also surfaced on Li Chengxiu's face. He had been busy investigating the movements of the 2 sects over the past few days. Therefore, he was exceptionally clear about these matters. As soon as these words were spoken, the other people at the side also nodded with a solemn expression. Although they knew that this day would come sooner or later, it was still difficult for their hearts to calm down before the battle. After all, this battle was not only related to the life and death of countless people, but it was also related to the situation in the extreme south. In the end, no matter which side won, the outcome would be tragic. Valley Chief, Elder Xiao Yanhe? Why is he not here? Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered that something was amiss. Recently, Xiao Yin, who had often accompanied the Burning Sky ancestor, had disappeared without a trace. Could it be? Quite a few people secretly became nervous when they thought of a certain possibility. If Xiao Yin had really fled before the battle, would it not be a huge blow to the Burning Flame Valley? Why? Do you not even have the courage to fight when he is not here? Hearing this, Ancestor Scorching Sky's expression suddenly turned cold as he sneered. Everyone's expressions immediately changed after these words were spoken. Only then did they hurriedly deny it. However, this caused Ancestor Fin Tian to coldly laugh in his heart. In the end, these fellows were still doing this for their own benefits. When they saw that the person who could block the spear for them was not present, they revealed such an expression. Relax, he will return. Seemingly in order to comfort these fellows, the Burning Sky ancestor smiled and said these words. Although he did not have any basis, the old man still believed in his heart that Xiao Yin would definitely be able to rush back in time. At that time, there might be a turning point in this big battle that seemed impossible to win. Ha 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 ha! Fun Tian, your Burning Flame Valley has sat in the position of the overlord of the extreme south for too long. Now, it is time for a change of owner. At this moment, Ren Fu's familiar voice was once again transmitted over from outside of the Burning Flame Valley. His laughter contained some arrogance and overbearingness. Although the big battle between the two parties had yet to begin, he seemed to have already seen the destined ending of the Burning Flame Valley. Ren Fu, it is too early for you to be happy. It is still unknown just who will emerge victorious. The Burning Sky ancestor slowly stepped forward and spoke in a faint voice, after which he raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and a seal was formed. At the same time, numerous white lights swiftly lingered over the entire mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. Soon after, it transformed into a cream-white energy light barrier that covered the entire Burning Flame Valley. This was the Great Sect Protecting Formation of the Burning Flame Valley, the Great Starplate Formation. This was the item that the Burning Flame Valley had exchanged from Luo Jin's father by using the Earth Core Body Transformation Milk. Although it was only a derivative of the Greater One Starplate, the Great Starplate Formation was a genuine Grade 7 formation. The energy barrier formed by the formation plate was naturally extraordinary. Not only could it be used as a defense, it could even reflect a portion of the opponent's attacks. Even with the foundations of these two great sects, it was destined that it would not be an easy task to break the Great Starplate Formation. This is the sect protecting formation of the Burning Flame Valley. Ren Fu involuntarily frowned when he sensed the powerful aura from the energy barrier. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this formation was extraordinary. However, since things had already developed to such a stage, they no longer had any other choice other than to forcefully break the formation. Following the orders of the two sect masters, the experts on both sides immediately released the powerful Genesis Qi in their bodies. Soon after, they leapt into the air, transforming into streaks of light that shot straight towards the array before them. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shaking explosive sound suddenly sounded at this moment. Numerous powerful Do skills repeatedly smashed onto the energy barrier, forming circular energy ripples. At the same time, quite a number of energy was also reflected. In an instant, it caused the experts from the two sects who were forcefully attacking to suffer. There were even some who were seriously injured under this wild and indiscriminate bombardment. At the same time, the energy barrier, which was originally as stable as a mountain, also began to tremble slightly. The explosions outside the Burning Flame Valley continued for an unknown period of time. Only at a certain moment did Ren Fu and Xie Shan, the sect leaders of the two sects, finally take action together. Under their combined attacks, the astral disc formation was finally forcefully broken. Even though this was the case, the densely packed figures that originally stood in the sky had decreased by a lot. Countless returnants and returnants experts had died from the bombardment. There were even a few origin kings who were heavily injured. Even a most famous puppet of the heavenly puppet sect had been damaged to a certain extent. Although the battle had yet to officially begin, the people from the two sects had already suffered quite a lot in order to break through the formation. This caused the expressions of Ren, Fu, and Xieshan to change, but it also boosted the morale of the many people in the Burning Flame Valley. Fentian, you will definitely pay a painful price for this. Ren Fu coldly snorted. His body shook as the powerful presence of a 7-star origin emperor immediately radiated from his body. With a wave of his hand, Jin Gangshi immediately appeared by his side. Xieshan also unleashed the vast energy within his body at the same time. His eyes flickered with light as he stared at Ancestor Fentian. Ha! Renfu, Xieshan, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. I knew that a battle between the three of us would happen sooner or later. Today, let me see just how strong you are. Ancestor Fentian laughed loudly when he heard this. Genesis Chi surged from his body as his old body appeared in the space before Ren Fu and Xieshan in the blink of an eye. The moment he raised his head, an invisible, vast pressure immediately swept out from his body, blocking the pressure from the experts of the two sections. It even caused the expressions of the two to change. Ancestor Scorching Heaven was indeed worthy of being an expert of the origin ancestor realm. Such a terrifying aura and pressure was truly terrifying. Chapter 1267. At the same time that the big battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the experts from the two sects officially began, Xiaoyan was leading a large group of people behind him as they hurried to the location of the Burning Flame Valley. Ever since Xiao Yin had left the lightning pool in the empty realm and learned that he had already trained for half a month, he did not dare to delay for even a moment along the way. In merely 2 days, they had already hurried all the way from the savage ancient city to the extreme south. From their current position, it was likely that they would reach the Burning Flame Valley in less than 2 hours. Although this was the case, Xiao Yin and the rest became even more anxious when they heard that the two sects had challenged the Burning Flame Valley to a decisive battle. In the end, Xiao Yin left the group first after explaining the general direction of the Burning Flame Valley to Qin Feng. He used the Heaven Extinction Step and Wing Elephant Art at full speed in hopes of reaching the Burning Flame Valley before the battle between the two sects and the Burning Flame Valley began. At the same time, the battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects was also intense. On the mountainside, the origin and origin transformation experts from both sides were basically engaged in a chaotic battle. Cries of battle constantly rang out as Genesis Chi shot out. Figures were everywhere, and an expert would fall from the mountain from time to time. They were either heavily injured or dead. Apart from that, the distant horizon was roughly divided into 3 battle circles. The origin kings from both sides were naturally engaged in a chaotic battle. Although the Burning Flame Valley did not have the advantage in numbers, they had the advantage in terms of strength. Coupled with the explosive power of their fire attribute chi methods and do skills, the battle between the two sides was like a raging fire for a time. The same was true for the battle between the origin kings. The Burning Flame Valley had a total of 3 origin kings. Other than first elderly Chengxiu, who was a 6-star origin king, the other 2 were 4-star origin kings. Their strength could not be underestimated. Other than the origin kings from the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpion sect, there was also a Vajra puppet. The 3 of them were facing 3 origin kings at the same time, so the pressure they faced was naturally not small. Apart from first elder Li Chengxiu, who had the opportunity to catch his breath, the other 2 were firmly suppressed and would not be able to last for long. Out of the entire battle, the battle between Ancestor Fentian and Renge Xieshan was naturally the most shocking. Ringue wielded a golden blade. Genesis Chi was poured into it as he swung his hands rapidly, easily ripping apart the invisible space around him. It was difficult to imagine how a person would be instantly cleaved into two if the blade landed on them. On the other side, Xieshan wielded a strange bone chain that was covered in spikes. One end was a short sword, while the other was a pitch-black sickle. Under his control, the chain continuously twisted like a living creature, twisting and turning in the air several times. When Ancestor Fentian blocked Rengui's attack, the chain would suddenly reach out from behind him and viciously slash at Ancestor Fentian's throat. If not for his powerful origin ancestor cultivation, Ancestor Fentian would have been killed by the combined attacks of the two. Of course, other than the ferocious attacks of the two, the Vajra puppet's attacks were the most serious. The Vajra puppet's attacks were ferocious and domineering. Even Ancestor Fentian would find it difficult to endure a single punch from it, let alone the constant interference from Rengui and Xieshan. Destroying the puppet would be extremely difficult. Clang! A few blades descended in succession, but they were all caught by Ancestor Fentian with his bare hands. This time, he even relied on his ferocious flame power to forcefully melt the blade of the large blade. Just as Rengui's expression changed drastically, Ancestor Fentian suddenly stepped forward. His palm landed on Rengui's chest. As blood spurted out, a chill surged from his back once again. As he dodged to the side, a short sword flew close to Ancestor Fentian's ear. The sharp sound of it tearing through the air even caused the flesh on his old face to involuntarily twitch. Soon after, the Vajra puppet attacked once again. Ancestor Fentian immediately retreated. When Xieshan arrived in a flash, he turned around and sent the Vajra puppet flying. Ancestor Fentian also used this opportunity to stop his body. He looked at the three of them with some difficulty. Umph, Rengui, you're still too weak in the end. If we were to fight one-on-one, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to last 10 moves from me. Ancestor Fentian laughed coldly as he gently gasped for breath. Umph. Fentian, I admit that I'm inferior to you. However, today, your burning flame valley is destined to flow with rivers of blood. Although this fellow did not feel good after receiving a palm from Ancestor Fentian, he was not seriously injured. As his voice sounded, his gaze also landed on the experts from both sides who were fighting intensely below. He involuntarily parted his mouth, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became increasingly ferocious. Haha, you want to destroy my burning flame valley with just this level of strength? Ancestor Fentian involuntarily laughed coldly when he heard this. However, the emotions at the bottom of his heart also became solemn. He could imagine that this fellow was not referring to the experts present. If it was just these people want to take down the burning flame valley was indeed an extremely difficult matter. However, if it was them, Fentian, I have specially prepared a gift for you today. I can admit that I'm not your match. I can also admit that it is impossible to easily destroy the burning flame valley with just these people. However, if I were to take out another origin ancestor or a few origin emperors, Hall Master Xiao, please. Ren Fu slowly wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on his face was ferocious. Just as his words sounded, a large amount of black fog suddenly surged outside of the burning flame valley behind the battle circle of both parties. Soon after, a few human figures whose bodies were covered by the black fog appeared. Ghost Palace. At the same time, Ancestor Scorching Heaven's face turned completely gloomy. These things that were neither human nor ghost had shown themselves in the end. Xiaoyan, if you still don't return, it will really be troublesome. At the same time that he felt solemn in his heart, Ancestor Fentian could not help but secretly say in his heart, he had placed all his hopes on Xiaoyan. If he still did not return, just the people in his burning flame valley would be unable to contend against him. Ancestor Fentian, where is Xiaoyan? Within the black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes first swept in all directions. However, they did not discover Xiaoyan's figure. This involuntarily caused them to feel a little surprised. According to the news, Xiao Yin should indeed be in the Burning Flame Valley. However, the current situation seemed to be contrary to their plans. Why did the few of you miss me so much? It was also at this moment that a familiar clear laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. In almost an instant, a familiar figure wearing black robes had already appeared in the sky. A smile hung from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the few people from Ghost Palace with a dense expression. Chapter 1268. The expressions on everyone's faces could not help but be startled when they saw the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Soon after, when everyone from both sides regained their senses, two different expressions shockingly surfaced on everyone's faces. The faces of those from the Burning Flame Valley were naturally filled with wild joy when they saw Xiao Yan's return. They had personally witnessed the latter's frightening fighting strength. As long as Xiao Yan was present, the so-called Origin King expert from the two sects were simply useless. On the contrary, when the two sects saw Xiao Yan appear, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a terrified expression. The scene from a month ago once again surfaced in their minds. Compared to the people from the Burning Flame Valley, they undoubtedly had a greater understanding of Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength. After all, they had personally experienced it. To them, it was already extremely fortunate to be able to survive under Xiao Yan's heavy hammer. How would they dare to face him again? Now that they saw the return of this killing god, everyone's bodies unconsciously retreated. This comical scene caused many experts from the Burning Flame Valley to reveal mocking expressions on their faces. At the same time, a smile surfaced on the old face of the Burning Sky ancestor who was high up in the sky when he saw Xiao Yan's return. With Xiao Yan's return, the pressure in his heart had naturally decreased a little. At the very least, he had some confidence in his heart when he faced these fellows from the Ghost Hall. Even though he did not know why, as long as Xiao Yan was present, he would feel that there was still a chance for everything to turn around. People like you will always have this hateful appearance that is neither human nor ghost. If I don't get rid of all of you, I'm afraid that this continent will never be peaceful. Xiao Yan clenched his hand in the air, and a large, pitch-black ruler immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, a sharp aura also spread out from within his body, forming a tornado around him that swept outwards. Sharp-tongued brat. If it was not for your sudden attack the last time, the Burning Flame Valley would have been destroyed long ago. However, this time around, there will not be so many accidents. Ren Fu let out a cold snort upon seeing this. His eyes swept towards the people from the Ghost Hall. This time around, Xiao Yan would naturally not need to worry as long as they were present. He did not even need to worry about Ancestor Fen Tian. As for the experts from the Burning Flame Valley, it would naturally be difficult for them to survive once he attacked. However, the expert from the Ghost Hall by the side suddenly let out a surprised cry just as Ren Gui's voice sounded. The scarlet eyes that landed on Xiao Yan flickered slightly as he said in a surprised voice, "What are you talking about? 9-star Origin King? Didn't you say that you're an 8-star Origin King? How come it's only been a month?" "Oh, all of you have really investigated me thoroughly. I was indeed an 8-star Origin King a month ago. However, that was a month ago. Now I am at the peak of the Origin King realm." An extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out of Xiao Yan's body the moment his voice sounded. The powerful aura caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. Even Ren Tian involuntarily widened his eyes. This aura might not be able to threaten him, but Xiao Yan had actually raised his cultivation from an 8-star Origin King to the peak of the Origin King class within a month. This training speed was a little too frightening. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he heard this. "Good brat, you have actually broken through again." It was only at this moment that the Burning Sky ancestor sensed the change in Xiao Yan's aura. He could not help but laugh out loud, and his face was filled with joy. Now, no matter who broke through in the Burning Flame Valley, it was a great thing, not to mention that Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Origin King realm. If combined with his powerful fighting strength, he might even be able to fight against an Origin King expert. This was another great help. "I'm sorry. That's why I only came back now. Fortunately, nothing happened to everyone." Hearing the words of the burning sky ancestor, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal some apologetic expression. The former laughed and waved his hand, looking as if he did not care at all. On the other hand, the hall master of the ghost hall snorted coldly and sneered. It's just a breakthrough to the peak of the Origin King realm. The result will be the same no matter what. Today, you must return with us no matter what. The moment his voice fell, the body under the black fog suddenly shook, and a terrifying aura immediately swept out in all directions. At the same time, the black fog dissipated, revealing a figure wearing a black robe and a mask. The most shocking thing was that the strength of the aura that swept out from this person's body had surpassed that of an Origin King expert. This fellow was shockingly another Origin Ancestor level expert. Behind him, the other two experts from the Ghost Hall also released the aura within their bodies at the same time. They were two Origin Kings, one Origin Ancestor, and two Origin Emperors. Once such a lineup joined the groups of the two sects, it would be a huge blow to the Burning Flame Valley. TSK, Xiao Yin, Fun Tian, today is the day of your death. A sharp, strange laughter was once again emitted from Ren Fu's mouth. Soon after, a thought passed through his heart, and the Vajra puppet immediately flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yin. Beside him, Xieshan looked at the ferocious smile on Ren Fu's face in front of him. The chill in his heart became even denser. The corner of his eyes cautiously swept over the few people from the ghost hall. The emotion in his heart tightened slightly. He had never heard of anything related to the ghost hall. Even he did not expect that this Ren Fu would actually be involved with the people from the ghost hall. His heart was extremely afraid of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. However, Ren Fu had deliberately hidden it and only took it out today. This intention was likely not only aimed at the Burning Flame Valley. When he thought of this, an extremely obscure cold glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of Xieshan's eyes when he looked at Ren Fu. Cuckoo, I'm afraid that you don't have such a big appetite if you want to eat me. Xiao Yan's face did not show any fear when he saw the Vajra puppet that had arrived in front of him. Instead, he looked at this Vajra puppet's body in a somewhat strange manner. A thought swiftly circulated in his heart. Although this Vajra puppet's strength was extraordinary, it was after all refined from a human's physical body. It ultimately did not lack the skin. Therefore, puff. Xiao Yan lifted his hand gently. A cluster of crimson-red flames slowly bloomed in his palm with a puff sound. It formed a beautiful fire lotus. The flames leaped on the lotus petals, appearing like a living creature. At a glance, it appeared to be somewhat intelligent. The temperature of the entire place suddenly rose the moment this flame appeared. The expressions of quite a number of people present also changed. This is a heavenly flame? Although he had long heard that Xiao Yin possessed a heavenly flame that an ordinary person could not control, Ren Fu's heart involuntarily felt some shock when he personally saw it at this moment. Of course, at the same time, it also contained greed. No one would not be tempted by the most overbearing power in the world. However, Xiao Yin scoffed at this. He ignored the other party's sinister gaze. He clenched his hand tightly, and the fire lotus in his palm immediately exploded. It turned into flames that filled the sky and swept in all directions. A flame of this level was naturally unable to harm the experts present. However, when it landed on the puppets, it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, they began to burn fiercely. This was especially so under Xiao Yan's deliberate control. The crimson-red flames spread extremely quickly and did not allow any resistance. As the red lotus karmic fire burned fiercely, all of the puppets involuntarily trembled and twitched. In the end, everyone could only watch helplessly as their puppets were incessantly melted by the heavenly fire. In the end, all of their steel bodies were completely melted into a pool of molten iron. Looking at the Vajra puppet, although it had also been greatly melted by the heavenly flame, it was still a terrifying existence comparable to a peak Origin Emperor. In addition to Ren Fu's intervention, it was only barely able to extinguish the flames. However, even so, the Vajra puppet was left with a broken body. Even if it could still fight, its strength would definitely be greatly reduced. At this moment, the Vajra puppet that was comparable to a peak origin emperor was completely crippled. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, today I will kill you with my own hands. How could Renfeng not be furious that his greatest reliance had been destroyed? The Genesis chi within his body crazily surged as his body trembled uncontrollably. His face had turned bright red as killing intent surged within his furious eyes. Just as he was about to attack, Xiao Yan waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. A punch ruthlessly collided with it. It was undoubtedly the Northern King. North King, kill him. Chapter 1269. The clash between the Northern King and Ren Fu became even more intense as the words that were filled with killing intent were spat out. At the same time, the intense battle between the experts of the two sects began once again. Without the help of those puppets, the originally great advantage that the experts from the two sects had immediately disappeared. At this moment, both parties were fighting again. Even though the people from the two sects joined hands, they had difficulty suppressing the experts from the Burning Flame Valley. At the same time, the gazes of the two Ghost Hall origin emperors in the sky also landed on Xiao Yan. Ancestor Burning Heaven would be personally dealt with by Hall Master Xiao, so the two origin emperors would naturally deal with Xiao Yan. TSK, 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 TSK. Although you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, you are still fated to be unable to escape this calamity. It is indeed our negligence that allowed you to successfully escape for so many years. However, it won't happen this time. Strange laughter rang out from the mouths of the two origin emperors. The two of them drew closer and closer to Xiao Yan. The latter narrowed his eyes as his expression gradually became solemn. In the next moment, just as the two origin emperors attacked, several sonic booms suddenly rang out in the sky. Soon after, a series of figures sent the two origin emperors flying. Only when the figures came to a stop did everyone see that several dozen experts with powerful auras were currently standing around Xiao Yan. They stared coldly at Xie Shan and the two origin emperors. Haha, looks like we've come a little late. Beside Xiao Yan, Qing Feng laughed loudly. His gaze rapidly became heated as he watched the intense battle. You're not late. You've come just in time. Xiao Yan gently patted Qing Feng's shoulder and nodded. The latter grinned and exchanged glances with the other people beside him. Their figures rapidly separated, forming two groups. Each group stared at an origin emperor. Xie Shan, who was in the middle, was left to Xiao Yan. When they saw the sudden appearance of these people beside Xiao Yan, especially when they discovered that these people were all origin kings or above, their originally icy faces immediately became ugly. Over 30 origin kings. Forget about the two origin emperors. Such a group was sufficient to sweep through the entire southern region. It should be known that even if the number of origin kings that the three large sects possessed were combined, there would only be 30 to 40 of them. However, Xiao Yan had actually forcefully brought so many experts with him. This was really unimaginable. Each of them faced 16 origin kings, and most of them were high-level origin kings. This situation quickly caused their faces to turn ashen. Compared to fighting alone, they were more afraid of working together. Although that seemed to be of some help, if each of them faced the attacks of 32 origin kings at the same time, they would be defeated even faster. Xiao Yan's arm suddenly shook. A purple-colored flame rose on the heavy Xian ruler in an instant. His somewhat solemn gaze also landed on Xie Shan on the opposite side. A dense voice was slowly emitted as he spoke. He spoke with a cold voice. Since everyone is here, then let's do it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk following Xiao Yan's order, the 32 spiritual guards beside him immediately rushed forward. They transformed into numerous rays of light and violently collided with the two origin emperors from the Ghost Hall in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a shocking energy ripple suddenly erupted. The sound of rushing wind repeatedly sounded. The intense collision between both parties had completely unfolded at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yin and Xie Shan looked at each other. Their eyes were cold, but they did not immediately attack. When I first entered the extreme south and arrived outside the Burning Flame Valley, I initially thought that the battle with Yu Fu was because I had fought in the Fong family. However, I only understood later that it was actually because of your family. The Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan has always been known as invincible. Although I dare not say that I truly have no opponents, the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan will definitely exterminate those who kill my clan members. As a result, our enemies are usually unable to live for long, Xie Shan said indifferently. Xie Shan faintly said. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He clenched his hands in the air, and the pitch-black sickle and short sword landed in his hands. I have never been merciful to those who want to kill me. With a cold snort, Xiao Yin suddenly swung the huge ruler in his hand. He waved his arm, and a ruler light immediately swept out, shooting towards Xie Shan. After witnessing the might of Xiao Yan's heavenly flames earlier, Xie Shan naturally did not dare to underestimate him when he faced Xiao Yin again. He held the sickle in his right hand and the sword in his left. His hand held the hilt of the sword in a reverse grip. He drew several energy pillars in the air in front of him. As they condensed, they actually perfectly overlapped. Afterwards, he viciously slashed at the ruler light that was charging over. 1,000 heavy blades. Soon after, the 1,000 heavy blades collided with the ruler light that Xiao Yin swung out. An earth-shaking energy ripple immediately swept out when the two collided. Xiao Yin and Xie Shan's figures also rushed forward at the same time. One of them held a huge ruler, while the other waved a chain. The sickle flew and arrived in front of Xiao Yin in the blink of an eye. The wide ruler was immediately lifted and easily blocked this attack. In the next second, he turned around and swept out with his ruler. A force of 500 kilograms violently smashed onto the short sword that was only 3 fingers wide. After a wave of sparks, Xie Shan's body involuntarily retreated. His expression also changed. The strength that Xiao Yan's ruler contained far exceeded his imagination. Xie Shan did not dare to believe that a human's body was actually able to unleash a physical strength that was even stronger than some powerful magical beasts. This was simply unbelievable. Not only did he lose all feeling in his hand from that one strike, even his entire arm was trembling uncontrollably. There were even traces of blood flowing down from his palm. This caused him to instantly become solemn, and the fury in his heart involuntarily rose. Xie Shan had suffered a small loss in the first collision between the two of them. He had lost because he was careless and lost because he did not know. On the other side, Xiao Yin's body did not move. The huge ruler in his hand trembled gently, and a buzzing sound spread. When Xie Shan raised his head, he saw a cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, after which his body no longer moved. However, Xie Shan's expression changed once again. His body immediately pulled back decisively. At the same time, his right hand waved the chain and controlled the short sword to ruthlessly pierce forward. Clang! The next second, sparks shot out. Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared at the spot where Xie Shan had been standing earlier. The thick blade of the ruler easily blocked the tip of the short sword. Soon after, Xiao Yan once again broke through the air and gave chase. He did not intend to give Xie Shan even the slightest chance to catch his breath. Chapter 1270. Clang! After the first collision, the battle between the two of them became even more intense. Xie Shan became a little more cautious when the two of them collided. He no longer dared to easily receive Xiao Yan's heavy ruler. However, with his frightening peak origin Huang cultivation and his speed that was comparable to an expert from the Origin Zone realm, Xiao Yan was unable to do anything to the other party. Instead, he became a little miserable under Xie Shan's flying scythe. Although Xiao Yan was able to easily block the flying scythe by relying on the heavy Xian ruler, the chain on it was just like a living thing. When the two collided, it simply wrapped around it. The flying scythe bypassed the heavy Xian ruler's block and directly cut toward Xiao Yan's neck. If he did not rely on his own speed and extremely strong defense, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty dodging this sharp attack from the other party. Xiao Yan's body did not dare to pause even a little after dodging the flying scythe. His hand abruptly exerted force and violently pulled the heavy Xian ruler back from the encirclement of the chains. It carried sparks and a sharp friction sound that permeated the sky. Soon after, his body abruptly charged forward. His hand held the heavy ruler as he violently swung it towards Xieshan. With the flying scythe, Xieshan held the advantage in long-range battles. If he could not close in, he would not be able to defeat Zhou Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in the sky above Xieshan's head. Both of his hands held the enormous ruler tightly as a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. Soon after, he furiously hacked at Xieshan's head with a momentum that could split a mountain. This attack did not contain any fancy moves. It only contained a terrifying surging power. As the tip of the ruler descended, a powerful oppressive force followed. Wherever it passed, the invisible space turned into a vacuum. The sound of the wind made one's heart tighten. Again, Xieshan merely laughed coldly as he looked at the heavy ruler that was swiftly moving in his eyes. After understanding Xiao Yan's strength, he was naturally fearless when facing Xiao Yan again. The short sword in his left hand rotated and the chain rotated, retrieving the flying scythe. At the same time, his right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful Genesis Qi covered the surface of his fist and agglomerated into a cuticle. Soon after, he suddenly swung his fist out violently and collided with the enormous ruler above his head. Xieshan's fist was thrown forward, and the space in front of him immediately began to fluctuate intensely. Circular, invisible energy ripples swiftly swept over the place. The instant the sharp sonic boom appeared, Xieshan's fist violently collided with Xiao Yan's heavy ruler. Bang! A ferocious strength instantly erupted when the two collided. The space around the two of them instantly collapsed. Xieshan's body sank slightly under the powerful energy that was contained on the enormous ruler. Soon after, a low cry sounded from his mouth. His arm suddenly shook, and an even more frightening strength violently erupted from the collision between the two. The enormous ruler was instantly sent flying and actually escaped Xiao Yan's control. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Xieshan's body. At almost the same time, Xieshan suddenly waved his left hand. The sound of chains immediately rang out as he picked up the black flying scythe and once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The flying scythe was icy cold as it swiftly cut through the air and aimed for Xiao Yan's throat. However, what made Xieshan's expression change was that the flying scythe had once again passed through Xiao Yan's body. It was another afterimage. The moment the heavy Xian ruler left Xiao Yan's hand, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Although Xieshan regained his senses, it was already too late. The moment he turned his head, Xiao Yan's figure was already standing behind him. Xiao Yan's hands were forming a seal, and a giant flaming finger had already formed above his head. Before Xieshan could do anything, it ruthlessly smashed down. Overflowing desolation finger. A low and deep cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The energy aura contained in the fire finger that fell from above his head became even more powerful at this moment. Its vast and mighty aura soared with the wind. The frightening energy contained within it caused Xieshan to knit his brows at this moment. Xiao Yan was after all an expert at the peak of the Origin Emperor level. Although the speed of this attack was quite fast, the might of his attack could not be underestimated. Xiao Yan's foot stomped heavily on the ground, and vast ocean-like surging Genesis Qi immediately surged out. It swiftly agglomerated into a substance-like energy shield behind him and forcefully received Xiao Yan's desolation finger. Although Xieshan had forcefully withstood Xiao Yan's overflowing desolation finger, his expression did not change much. Instead, the killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. While facing Xiao Yan, his hand, which was holding the short sword, began to swiftly tremble. Following the crazy pouring of the Genesis chi in his body, one could see the short sword in his hand appear to have split into a countless number of pieces at this moment. Numerous afterimages were both real and illusionary, as they contained a cold glint. Following the trembling of the bone chain, sword shadows shot out from all directions, wrapping around every part of Xiaoyan's body. His attack was sharp and vicious. Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the face of this attack. His heart was completely calm. His feet did not move as he instantly used the absolute sky steps. His body strangely swayed left and right in the air, dodging the sword shadows that permeated the sky. Even though there were some that occasionally collided with his body, they were easily blocked by the powerful defense of the Golden Elephant skill. He even extended his hand to recall the heavy Xian ruler. The wide ruler was swung in an agile manner in Xiaoyan's hand, blocking some of the sword glows. The fire glow that erupted from the heavy ruler shone on his face, causing him to appear completely calm. Until a certain moment, when Xiaoyan's figure suddenly flashed to a certain area of space filled with chaotic sword shadows, the light in his eyes brightened, and a low roar sounded from his throat. Soon after, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was swung out, mixed with blazing purple flames. Soon after, it ruthlessly struck a sword shadow that seemed both real and illusory among the sword shadows that filled the sky. Clang! The instant the clear sound of collision rang out, the sword shadows that filled the sky abruptly dissipated. Only a short sword connected to a bone chain suddenly appeared in the air. It was also a pitch-black short sword, and at this moment, it ruthlessly clashed with the heavy Xian ruler's heavy blade. Huh! A low cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth as he sensed the powerful force erupting from the short sword. He did not hesitate to wildly pour the Genesis chi in his body into the huge ruler. At the same time that the flame on the ruler's sword, an explosive force also surged out from the heavy Xian ruler. Finally, it violently charged into the short sword. Bang! A muffled sound of collision abruptly rang out, and the short sword and the bone chain were instantly sent flying. However, Xiaoyan's entire body shuddered in an instant, and an ice-cold, killing intent that made his heart palpitate revolved around his body. Great Way of the Dead. Chapter 1271. After Xieshan's dark and cold cry sounded, Xiaoyan immediately saw numerous enormous black-colored sickles swiftly agglomerating in the empty space around him. They formed an inescapable net that surrounded Xiaoyan. The pitch-black sickles were suffused with an icy luster, and the chilling, murderous aura on them made one's heart tremble. At a glance, the sickles that filled the sky were like the beckoning hands of the god of death. The two sides had yet to fight, but they could make one lose all will to fight. Even with Xiaoyan's current state of mind, he still felt some fear in the face of these sickles. Great Tao materialization, huh? Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly. He let out a low groan from his mouth, and his body suddenly shook. The purple-colored flame within his body immediately surged up and surged out from the pores all over his body. It swiftly covered every part of his body, after which he swung the enormous ruler violently, and a fierce, intense flame swiftly swept apart. The icy cold aura that surrounded Xiaoyan's body actually slowly became paler. A moment later, it actually completely disappeared. Under the power of the heavenly flame, the chilling aura from the sickles had been reduced to the lowest point by Xiaoyan. Looking at the purple flames that filled the surface of Xiaoyan's body, a look of surprise flitted across Xieshan's eyes. As expected of a heavenly flame, its power was unmatched even in the entire world. Soon after, he sneered coldly. So what if you have a heavenly flame? Don't tell me you want to rely on this to block my great Tao of death. If so, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Although the heavenly flame was powerful, his grand Tao of necromancy wasn't so easy to deal with. Not to mention the huge gap between their cultivations. When he went all out, even the heavenly flame couldn't block his attack so easily. In response to Xieshan's sneer, Xiaoyan paid no attention to him. He continued to circulate the Genesis chi in his body, filling every inch of his muscles with a powerful feeling. At the same time, vast Genesis chi frantically poured into the giant ruler in his hand. Xiaoyan's disregard made Xieshan's face twitch. Then, with a chilling smile, he waved his hand, and the sickles that filled the sky immediately slashed toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, Genesis chi was continuously poured into the chain in Xieshan's hand. It flickered faintly as a powerful force quietly gathered. 7 heaven-breaking ruler. In the face of the giant sickles that pounced over like hungry wolves, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes. It was only when the sickles were within a few feet of him that Xiaoyan abruptly opened his eyes. His body instantly spun around, and he swung out the 7-feet-long ruler without any hesitation. His momentum was breathtaking as it fiercely collided with the sickles. After destroying most of the sickles, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his giant ruler. As the ruler shadows flipped, he continuously used the 6 corporeal forms. Although he managed to block several sickles, the ruler shadows were forcibly broken, and a huge wound was slashed open on his back. Blood immediately gushed out, and the intense pain made Xiaoyan's face contort. Fresh blood continued to flow, but Xiaoyan did not have the time to bother about it. The enormous ruler in his hand was swung repeatedly. Only then did he block the remaining sickles. However, Xieshan's body suddenly moved at this moment. Following the appearance of a couple of afterimages, his body suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan in a ghost-like manner. Xieshan's sudden appearance in front of him caused Xiaoyan's pupils to abruptly shrink. He could not help but feel alarmed by Xieshan's speed. Xieshan's speed seemed to have far surpassed his previous speed. Could it be that he has been? While Xiaoyan was shocked, the sickle in Xieshan's hand slammed down, and the sharp blade pierced Xiaoyan's chest. The latter's expression abruptly changed at this moment. Xiaoyan, your strength is only SOSO. It's over. Xieshan sneered. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he swung the sickle in his hand. In the next second, it landed on Xiaoyan's chest. Clang! Following a clear sound, the black robe in front of Xiaoyan's chest was easily torn apart by the sickle, revealing his body that was covered with scales and a layer of golden flowing light. These were the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the Golden Elephant skill. At the same time, the 2 layers of defense on Xiaoyan's body were forcefully broken apart. The tip of the sickle penetrated his skin, even cutting his ribs and injuring his internal organs. If it were not for the defense on his body, it was likely that Xiaoyan's internal organs would have been torn apart. What? The expression in Xieshan's eyes immediately hardened when he saw this scene. He turned his left hand, and the short sword in his hand pierced forward. However, Xiaoyan's body fell backwards. A pitch-black curtain appeared behind him, and his body was instantly swallowed. Void! Great way. The successive unforeseen events caused Xieshan's expression to instantly turn gloomy. He did not expect that Xiaoyan still had the strength to retaliate after he attacked. Even the power of the Great Way that Xiaoyan had grasped shocked Xieshan. Puffed. Xiaoyan involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood when his figure once again appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. His expression swiftly turned pale. The intense pain on his chest and back caused his entire body to tremble. This was especially the case for the wound on his back that was left behind by the great Tao strength. At this moment, fresh blood was still flowing uncontrollably. This was even more troublesome. The thing that shocked Xiaoyan the most at this moment was that this fellow, Xieshan, had been hiding his true strength from the very beginning. From the looks of his attack earlier, regardless of whether it was his speed or strength, it far surpassed the strength that he had displayed at the beginning. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already certain that this Xieshan was likely the 3rd expert from the Source Zone within the Burning Flame Valley other than the 2 in the sky. You are. Source Zone. Xiaoyan's gaze was grave. This fellow had been delaying and hiding his true strength. What exactly was he trying to do? Have I been discovered? But it doesn't matter. As long as I get rid of you, no one will be able to sense my true strength. Shan, who had turned around, could not help but grin when he heard this. His grin was rather sinister. Shan had originally planned to hide his true strength until the end. After the two sects had joined forces to annihilate the Burning Flame Valley, he would take Renfu by surprise and kill him. That way, the extreme south would become his world. However, who would have expected that Renfu would actually collude with the Ghost Hall? This involuntarily caused his plan to become troublesome. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had easily destroyed Renfu's Vajra puppet, so that fellow was naturally no longer a threat. As for the Ghost Hall experts, he would naturally leave them to Ancestor Fentian to deal with. The more they fought until both sides were injured, the happier he was. Fight fiercely. It's best if they all die. This way, I can obtain the entire extreme south without any effort. Chapter 1272. Now it's your turn. Shan smiled densely. He glanced at the intense battle between Ancestor Fentian and Hall Chief Xiao in the sky. Soon after, his extremely cold gaze once again returned to Xiaoyan. A thought passed through his mind, and the vast and mighty Genesis Qi in his body was immediately poured into the scythe in his hand. It won't be that easy to kill me. Xiaoyan's expression changed when he saw Shan's eyes shooting over. He let out a cold snort. Immediately, both of his hands were swiftly raised. His 10 fingers were linked together, and a surging spiritual strength swiftly surged out. Soon after, it swiftly agglomerated in the empty space beside him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 9 bodies that were nearly solidified. At this moment, the aura of these 9 avatars had already reached the Great Yuan King class. Over the past 3 years, Xiaoyan's 9-body transformation art had also improved along with his cultivation. The cultivation of the 9 clones had already reached the Origin King stage when Xiaoyan left the Fire Maple Forest, and after the baptism in the Lightning Pool, they were lucky enough to break through to the 2-star Origin King stage. They could be said to be a powerful force. Oh, clones. And they have the cultivation of a 2-star Origin King. Not bad, but this method is only useful against ordinary Origin Emperors. Against me. Shan let out a faint cold laugh as he glanced at the 2 Origin Emperors on the other side, who were in a dangerous situation under the combined attacks of Qing Feng's group. However, before the words in his mouth could be completely spat out, he saw the 9 avatars beside Xiaoyan flashing with a white light. The light continued to gather. Within a couple of breaths' time, it had completely merged into one. The 9 avatars had also merged into one. What if it's like this? Xiaoyan faintly glanced at this extremely confident fellow. A low, cold snort was emitted from his throat. His eyes exchanged glances with the avatar by the side. The 2 of them laughed coldly with a tacit understanding. Immediately, their bodies flashed. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Shan from the front and back. The 9 clones merged into one, and their strength soared. At this moment, the cultivation of the clones was already comparable to a 7-star Origin King, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. If they really fought, even Shan would not be able to completely ignore them. The expression in Shan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the cultivation of the avatar behind him had risen to that of a 7-star Origin King after the merger. The strength of this avatar was indeed shocking. If the strength of the 9 avatars was a little stronger, they might even be able to create an avatar that could compare with the actual body of Xiaoyan. That would be truly frightening. The fighting strength of just one Xiaoyan was already so shocking. If another Xiaoyan were to be formed from the merger of his avatars, even he would have difficulty dealing with it. Fortunately, the situation that he had imagined did not appear. Hence, these 2 people were still no match for him. Shan, do you still dare to say it's useless against you? Xiaoyan did not give Shan any time to reply after his extremely cold voice sounded. Together with the avatar behind him, the 2 of them moved in unison. Soon after, they transformed into 2 afterimages. Their hands held enormous rulers as they hacked at Shan from all directions. The 2 of them arrived in front of Shan one after another. Both of their hands held the heavy ruler tightly. A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. The enormous ruler was immediately swung horizontally, appearing to be sweeping away all the thorns. At the same time, the incarnation behind Xieshan raised the enormous fire ruler high above its head with both hands. It adopted a mountain-splitting momentum as it cut through the sky and furiously hacked at Xieshan's head. The powerful attack from two different directions made it difficult for Xieshan to take care of everything. Such a pincer attack made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on. "Oomph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Death Spirit Great Tao, Life-Reaping Sickle." Seeing this, Xieshan let out a low cry and put the chain back into his storage ring. Then, he struck out with both hands one after the other. Almost at the same time, the power of the Great Tao rapidly condensed in his palms. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two huge pitch-black sickles. The sickles in his hands emitted a hoo-hoo sound as they rotated. At the same time that they broke through the air, the chaotic afterimages formed a circular shield. At the instant when Xiao Yan's and his avatar's attacks were about to land, the shield suddenly pushed outwards with great force. The two sickles immediately collided intensely with the huge ruler. At the same time that a fire glow shot out, the powerful strength that it carried also instantly forced Xiao Yan and his avatar back. "Oomph, so what if you're a clone? So what if you're a peak Source King? In front of the Source Zone, you're nothing." After forcing the two of them back with one strike, Xieshan's expression did not change. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the incarnation. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and he ruthlessly tore through the incarnation's chest. His body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. Before he could stabilize his body, a ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Xieshan's face. Almost at the same time, the power of the Great Way condensed behind the incarnation once again. A pitch-black sickle was ruthlessly slashed towards the incarnation. At the same time, Xiao Yan, whose body had paused, flashed and arrived behind Xieshan. The enormous ruler in his hand was violently swung from bottom to top. A sharp ruler glow also erupted in an instant. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. With a swing of the ruler, Xieshan's body instantly exploded and turned into nothingness. This was just an afterimage of the latter. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed drastically when he saw this scene. Before he could dodge, an extremely cold aura was transmitted from behind him. Xieshan's body appeared behind him in a ghost-like manner. His face was ferocious as he raised his right hand. Soon after, bang, the palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan's back. A powerful force immediately gushed out, and the defense on the surface of his body was broken in the blink of an eye. A solid palm print appeared on Xiao Yan's back along with the huge wound. Fresh blood gushed out and looked extremely dazzling. Xiao Yan's body was also forcefully sent flying by this palm. His expression swiftly turned pale. A couple of large mouthfuls of fresh blood were spat out from his mouth. Even his aura had been greatly reduced. This palm had caused Xiao Yan to be seriously injured. However, in the blink of an eye, he discovered that Xiao Yan's avatar was standing in the empty space a short distance away. Xiao Yan's expression was cold and stern as he stared at him. Xiao Yan's originally solid body had become much more illusionary at this moment. It seemed that this avatar had paid a great price in order to receive that attack. "Hey, you're still here? Then let me personally end you." With a sneer, Xieshan's body trembled slightly. The clone's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Xieshan unhurriedly chased after him. At the same time, the remaining Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body was rapidly depleting. Too slow, too slow. You think you can escape my pursuit with such speed? You overestimate yourself." Xieshan completely ignored Xiao Yan, who was currently seriously injured. His body appeared in front of the avatar in the blink of an eye. The noses of both of them were about to touch. Just when the latter's expression changed, the sound of rushing wind suddenly appeared behind him. Soon after, the avatar was kicked flying by Xieshan. After a couple of collisions, The avatar was repeatedly abused by Xieshan until a certain moment. Pucci. The 5 fingers of Xieshan's right hand curled into a claw and pierced the clone's chest from front to back. The clone's body gradually turned illusory as it hung limply from Xieshan's arm. However, the ferocious expression on Xieshan's face gradually widened at the next moment. His brows were suddenly knit together. He could clearly sense that the energy within the body of this avatar in front of him was actually wildly surging. The energy that was about to scatter swiftly gathered, after which it became even more wild and uncontrollable. This also caused Xieshan's eyes to suddenly shrink. That guy self-destructed? With this thought, how could Xieshan care so much? He hurriedly wanted to withdraw his arm from his fellow's body. However, the moment he raised his head, his incarnation's face was filled with mockery. His indifferent, bone-chilling voice was slowly spat out. What? Sorry, it's too late. In the next second, a loud explosion resounded in the sky. Chapter 1273. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion that contained an enormous amount of energy suddenly resounded in the sky. The few battles that were closer to the battle were forced to stop because of this, and there were even some people who were injured by this energy. The buzzing sound continued to resound in everyone's minds, causing their vision to become slightly blurry. The sound of the explosion rang out. Waves of seemingly solid energy rippled wildly. Even the empty space instantly collapsed under this frightening energy collision. It was a long while later before the energy ripples that permeated the sky slowly scattered. Hence, the collapsed space recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky, Xieshan's figure finally appeared in front of everyone once again under the attention of countless pairs of eyes. However, at this moment, Xieshan had already recovered his original appearance. His body had transformed into the body of a magical beast. His appearance was ferocious as he observed everyone present. This was especially the case when his pair of dark red beast eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. A wild roar was involuntarily emitted. A buzzing sound once again sounded in the sky. Numerous surprised gazes repeatedly landed on Xieshan's body. At a glance, everyone immediately discovered that the right side of the giant beast's body was missing a piece. It was Xieshan's arm. During the explosion of his avatar, he was the closest and couldn't avoid it. Although he used his surging Genesis Qi to resist, he still couldn't protect his right arm. It was likely that he had transformed into his original form after being thoroughly enraged. Great Dao skill. Soul-reaping ghost scythe. Xieshan's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. He widened his large mouth, and a frightening suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a strange caw-caw sound was suddenly emitted. Numerous bone chains that were connected to an enormous sickle flew out of Xieshan's mouth. Their target was not only Xiaoyan, but also the other experts who were closer to them. Moreover, there were quite a number of people among them who were from his 2 sections. This Xieshan could really be called vicious and merciless by not differentiating between friend and foe. Xieshan could really be called vicious. It was naturally difficult for those present to escape from such a strange attack. After all, it was an attack from an expert from the Source sect. Given their strength, it was naturally difficult for them to block it. However, just as the ghost sickle was about to hook toward Xiaoyan and arrive in front of him, Xiaoyan finally slowly lifted his pale face. His eyes stared intently at the ghost sickle that was swiftly magnified in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a fire will slowly rotated in his right hand. Buddha's anger, reincarnation, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. At the same time, Xiaoyan lifted his hand, and the wheel in his palm abruptly sped up. At the center of the wheel, a thumb-sized black dot gradually distorted. When the ghost scythe arrived in front of Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled, and a tremendous pillar of black light shot out from the wheel, instantly submerging the ghost scythe. Even the power on the ghost scythe and the bone chains were rapidly swallowed by the black light pillar until they dissipated into nothingness. However, this was not the end. The enormous black light pillar swelled with the wind and swallowed everything in front of it. The sky became the same color, and the entire world was dyed with a black color that could not be erased. All the ghost sickles that passed by were either swallowed or disintegrated under the strength of this light pillar. They returned to this world under an unknown force. Until bang, the light pillar directly penetrated Xie Shan's mouth, and the power on it immediately became sluggish. Xie Shan's body also began to tremble intensely because of this. After a long while, Xie Shan's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fresh scarlet blood continuously flowed out from his body. His entire body began to rapidly swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, the pitch-black light pillar actually completely penetrated Xie Shan from the front to the back with a bang. The life in his eyes also swiftly disappeared at this moment. Chi, 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 the power on the light pillar continued to soar. In the end, Xie Shan's enormous body was swallowed by the light pillar, completely disappearing from the world. In the void, everyone stared dumbstruck at this scene, their eyes filled with horror. The black light pillar seemed to have an irreversible power. No matter if it was a person, an object, or Genesis Chi, once sucked into it, there was no possibility of escaping. After Xiao Yan's attack landed, the victor of the battle on the battleground was gradually determined. After losing the help of the puppets, the fighting strength of the people from the two sects had greatly declined. Additionally, the death of Xie Shan had dealt an even greater blow to them. Regardless of whether it was their fighting strength or their morale, they were far inferior to before. The momentum of the two sects had already disappeared, but the result of the entire battleground was still unclear. The two Ghost Hall Origin Emperors struggled to survive under the attacks of the 32 Spirit Guards, and the clash between Ren Fu and the North King was particularly intense. The Vajra puppet had already been destroyed, and although it was barely usable, it had been turned into a pair of scrap metal under the North King's continuous bombardment. Ren Fu's face was ashen. Even he didn't dare to touch the lightning power on the North King's body. The situation on First Elderly Chengxiu's side was also going well. The only thing he had to worry about was the clash between Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Xiao. The two peak experts on the battleground had already fought for a long time without a victor being decided. Quite a lot of the Genesis Chi within their bodies had already been exhausted. If Xiao Yan had not finished off Xie Shan, it was likely that Xie Shan would have been able to achieve his goal should the battle drag on until the two of them were completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the situation on the battleground was still unclear. One of the main reasons why the experts from the two sects were still desperately holding on was because of the existence of Hall Master Xiao. They knew that regardless of who this fellow was, as long as Hall Master Xiao was victorious, it would be difficult for the Burning Flame Valley to escape destruction today. Therefore, the important point was not them. Instead, it was the battle between these two people. The success or failure of everything would be on the shoulders of the Burning Sky Ancestor and Hall Master Xiao. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head as he looked at the experts from both parties who had once again entered an intense battle. His gaze landed on the two of them. In the end, the key people who could decide the outcome of this battle were the two of them. Phew! Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He hurriedly took out a couple of medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without any hesitation. A low moan was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth as he sensed the warm medicinal strength swiftly spreading within his body. Soon after, he hurriedly braced himself. After confirming that there was no one else around, he once again maneuvered the Genesis Chi within his body. Both of his hands were slowly raised. His palms trembled and a white and blue heavenly flame appeared in his palms. After which, he widened his mouth and a cluster of bright red flames was spat out. Chapter 1274. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan's group was stunned. After the matter with Lutsong City, Xiao Yan's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiao Yan looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiaoyan's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same, but people had changed. This western region had also undergone a tremendous change. In the current western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These three forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shahipu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the destruction of the 4 great sects, the other 3 clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the 4 great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically settled down in the region of Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted quickly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the 3 great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, the moment the Bai family took out 2 origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone forward were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only by having a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lungbing Shuang was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye, after which their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly startled as he eyed the familiar mountain range in front of him. This scene actually caused him to have the feeling of having returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much quieter. This was especially the case when he thought of Lungbing Shuang now. A smile would involuntarily surface on Xiaoyan's face, after which he waved his hand and led the few people behind him as they flew toward the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. It was also when this group of people entered the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiaoyan, who was flying, furrowed his brows slightly as he felt suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored him and quickly headed towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiaoyan and the others one after another. Most importantly, the ice beauty, who usually focused on cultivation, also appeared in front of Xiaoyan at this moment. Looking at Xiaoyan, who was unharmed in front of her, Lungbing Shuang's cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yin had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw that Xiao Yin had returned, the emotions at the bottom of her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yin stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace as his firm arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lung Bingshuang's struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the two people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua and Narwhal Snake became familiar with each other when they met. Kai had met Lian before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these two women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. On the other hand, because of Lian Li Bingrue, and these three women quickly blended together. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the three women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong, and everyone was chatting happily. In the mountain forest, Kai brought the two women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shilin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the three women. Under such a beautiful environment, the three of them chatted happily. Xiao Yin and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shilin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yin into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yin gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was dressed in a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yin had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1275. Corpses littered the foot of the valley. Countless people were heavily injured. Even experts as powerful as Origin Kings and Origin Emperors were unable to survive the battle. The people of the two sects were completely defeated. Countless cultivators below the Origin King level were killed or injured, and even a few Origin King level cultivators were killed. Even if the rest of the people survived, they were all seriously injured. The Heavenly Wall sect master was also seriously injured after being attacked by the energy waves. However, before he could rejoice, the North King suddenly appeared and finished him off with a punch. So far, the two sect masters of the two sects had basically died to Xiao Yan's hands. The other Origin Kings had all lost their battle prowess. The two Origin Kings from the Ghost Hall had also died from the pincer attack of Qing Feng and the others, as well as the impact of the angry Buddha's lotus fire. The 32 Spirit Guard from the Spirit Ginseng clan were still alive. Thanks to some of their clan's methods, the 32 Origin Kings were able to work together and survive without any heavy injuries. However, even so, their faces were pale and their presences were rather weak. Although the ancestor of the Scorching Heavens was not heavily injured, his old body, coupled with the intense battle and the impact of the angry Buddha's lotus fire at the end, did not have much strength left. Hall Master Zhao's situation went without saying. He had received most of the impact from the angry Buddha's lotus fire, so he was obviously the most heavily injured. Even Xiao Yin was in a very bad state right now. He had fallen into an abyss. Using the angry Buddha's cycle of samsara and the angry Buddha's lotus fire again and again was something that even he could not endure. Although the power of the fire lotus did not directly harm him, he was unable to dodge the aftershocks. Coupled with the various injuries on his body, Xiaoyan's current condition could not get any worse. The extreme lack of strength within Xiaoyan's body, along with the various injuries all over his body, caused fresh blood to flow unceasingly from all over Xiaoyan's body. Although his body still had the strength of the medicinal pills to slowly recover, without any strength to use, the recovery effect was still a little too slow. His body uncontrollably lay on his back on the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyan really did not even have the strength to move his fingers. The thoughts in his mind gradually became blurry. Although he was unwilling to fall asleep in this manner, it seemed that both his body and his spirit were gradually leaving his control. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, after experiencing the baptism of the Buddha's fiery lotus, the black fog that shrouded Palace Master Zhao's body had completely dissipated. His black robe was torn apart, revealing his skinny, skeletal body. Even the mask on his face had been shattered by the explosion. Half of his face had been destroyed, revealing his ghastly white bones. A scarlet eyeball was still twitching under the influence of his flesh and blood. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. At this moment, Hall Chief Xiao could be said to be at a loss for words. If he had taken the opportunity to leave before Xiao Yin could agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame, all of this might have nothing to do with him. However, he did not do so. Hence, he had paid a heavy price for his choice. To the two. At the same time, Qing Feng and the others also arrived at Xiao Yan's side. After carefully inspecting him, they finally relaxed. One after another, their gazes landed on the bodies of Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Xiao. At this moment, the latter had also crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His terrifying appearance was simply nauseating. Seeing that he still had the strength to get up, Burning Heaven Patriarch couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis chi in his body and vigilantly stared at the person before him. Even if the other party was seriously injured, he could not be too careless in the face of someone from Ghost Hall. Cough, cough, cough. My Ghost Hall and the Heavenly Puppet sect have prepared for nearly 4 years for today's battle, but we were still unable to easily capture Xiao Yan. To think that we would end up in such a state. I admit that I have failed in my duty. Hearing these words, the cautiousness in Ancestor Fentian's heart was reduced a little. At the very least, this fellow had admitted defeat. However, TSK. I have said that I will definitely bring Xiao Yin back today. The instant the strange laughter rang out, Ancestor Burning Heaven's face immediately sank. He quickened his pace and walked towards the ladder. All the remaining strength in his body was gathered in his palm. No matter what other tricks this fellow had up his sleeve, as long as he killed him now, there would be no future troubles. You're too slow. TSK. However, before Ancestor Fentian could arrive in front of Hall Chief Xiao, the latter extended his hand and grabbed. The storage ring on his finger flickered, and a blood-red jade token appeared in his hand. Just as Ancestor Fentian was about to charge over with all his strength, the jade token was crushed by Hall Chief Xiao with all his strength. Hum, hum, hum. Following the explosion of the jade strip, an invisible energy immediately spread out from within. The invisible space rippled intensely, and Patriarch Burning Heaven, who had charged forward, was instantly sent flying by this energy. A mouthful of old blood was spat out, and the aura of his entire body swiftly fell to rock bottom. Soon after, the space collapsed, and an extremely frightening aura swiftly spread out from the empty space. The strength of this aura had reached an unimaginable level. In the end, the owner of this aura did not reveal himself. However, that invisible energy directly locked onto Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Qing Feng and the rest hurriedly stepped forward. The 32 auras merged into one and formed an extremely powerful defense that blocked in front of Xiao Yin and blocked that aura. The Ginseng Spirit Clan? They actually still exist in this world. However, that's all there is to it. Sensing the aura of Qing Feng and the rest, a somewhat surprised voice rang out from the depths of the shattered space. However, soon after, the invisible energy that extended towards Xiao Yin suddenly expanded. With a single strike, it instantly destroyed the solid defense that Qing Feng and the rest had formed together. This group of people was also sent flying far away. Soon after, that aura arrived in front of Xiao Yin. After confirming that it was him, it transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed Xiao Yan's body and pulled him towards the shattered space. Xiao Yan. No. Xiao Yin. Immediately, the mouths of those seriously injured people on the battleground emitted waves of unwilling roars. This was especially the case for Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor. They used all their strength to try and climb up from the ground. However, under that frightening pressure, their bodies were once again sent flying in an instant. Xiao Yin, on the other hand, swiftly approached the shattered space under the control of that invisible large hand. Chapter 1276. Outside of the burning flame valley, Xiao Yan's body was swiftly approaching the shattered space under the control of the invisible large hand. Beside him, Hall leader Xiao wore a ferocious smile as he looked at the other people present. Although he had failed, this backup plan could easily capture Xiao Yan. With just these people present, it was impossible for them to stop this person's actions. Swoosh! However, at this moment, an air-splitting sound suddenly appeared in the sky. A hot flaming meteor immediately descended from the sky and smashed towards Hall leader Xiao, who was beside the shattered space. Immediately, the latter's pale face immediately turned pale. He looked at the cluster of fire that was swiftly magnifying in his eyes and hurriedly cried out loudly, "Chief, save me!" Humph! Soon after, a cold snort was emitted from the empty space. An invisible strength immediately soared to the sky and blasted the cluster of fire apart. However, at the same time, a human figure also appeared in front of the invisible large hand. With a wave of his sleeve, the fierce flames that permeated the sky immediately forcefully broke the invisible strength. He caught Xiao Yan's body and swiftly withdrew. "Who is it? How dare you snatch someone from my ghost temple sect?" A voice that contained anger immediately sounded in the empty space when Xiao Yan was snatched. Immediately, an even more ferocious strength swept out from within and transformed into an invisible cage that covered the entire place. A frightening aura also swiftly locked onto the person who was trying to take away Xiao Yan. The middle-aged large man involuntarily frowned when he saw that his path was sealed. He quietly said that this was troublesome in his heart. Just as he was searching all around for a way out, an invisible strength suddenly transformed into a chain that charged towards the large man. The latter did not show any signs of weakness. Both of his hands hugged Xiao Yan. His body flipped, and both of his feet pressed on the chain. A powerful force immediately erupted. At the same time, he shook the chain a little and hurriedly used the force to pull back once again. "Ha! So what if you're from the Ghost Temple sect? Back when my clan was flourishing, you guys were all over the continent. You only managed to survive until now because of the protection of others." The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he heard the words that were transmitted from the empty space. His pair of crimson eyes carried some disdain as his gaze swiftly swept over everyone below. He immediately arrived in front of Li Bingrue, after which he slowly placed Xiao Yan's body down. After confirming that there was no mistake, he turned to look at the empty space in the blink of an eye. This middle-aged man was Zhu Hao from the Fire Maple Forest. Originally, Li Bingrue was worried about whether Xiao Yan would be able to return. Therefore, she used the jade slip in her hand to summon him. However, she didn't expect that he would be too late. However, he had saved Xiao Yan. In that case, perhaps it wasn't too late. Although Li Bingrue did not have a good impression of Xiao Yan, Her heart still sighed in relief for some unknown reason when she saw that Xiao Yan had been saved. Humph, shameless boasting. You're just a mere origin zone. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? The mysterious man's cold voice rang out from the void once again. Next, a ferocious power surged forth once again. Invisible chains continuously condensed, bringing with them an extremely sharp and domineering aura as they rushed towards Zhu Hao from all directions. Haha, you just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to admit it. Bright sun in the sky, brilliant sun's raging flames. After a sneer, Zhu Hao raised his head and roared towards the sky. A gigantic ball of flames immediately condensed in the sky, giving off a scorching fiery glow. It was just like a second sun in this world. Next, under Zhu Hao's control, several shockingly imposing beams of fire shot out from the ball of flames and collided with the invisible chains. Oh, so it's the Blood-Blaze Bird Clan. You brought me quite a few surprises today. However, a origin zone will always be an origin zone. You can never be compared to a true expert. As his voice faded, a powerful force immediately surged from the invisible chains. The chains, which had been gradually melting under the beams of fire, were now completely fearless. They coiled left and right, blocking the beams of fire. Next, they continued to rush towards Zhu Hao. Damn it! Zhu Hao's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw this. This fellow's cultivation was too tyrannical. If not for the fact that he could not personally appear, Zhu Hao would have already been unable to resist. However, who would have expected that even so, he was still unable to resist. A grand Ao technique. Glorious sun in the sky. As his voice fell, the power of the great path rapidly condensed between heaven and earth. Under Zhu Hao's control, 10 golden blazing suns condensed above his head. The frighteningly high temperature sprinkled on this world at this moment. Under this terrifyingly high temperature, whether it was the mountains or the earth below, they all began to melt like snow. If not for Zhu Hao's deliberate control, those heavily injured origin kings would have been roasted to death by the high temperature of these 10 suns. Such a terrifyingly high temperature would affect even the surrounding Genesis Chi, let alone the invisible chains. Although they were powerful, they were ultimately only a part of the whole. As they neared Zhu Hao's body, the power on the chains rapidly dissipated until they turned into nothingness. Stubborn fellow. However, only a disdainful snort was heard from the formless space. Soon after, the formless chains that had been melted by the high temperature were formed once again. The power on them was even more terrifying than before. They charged towards Zhu Hao despite the high temperature of the 10 blazing suns. The gap between the cultivation levels was undoubtedly revealed in the current battle. In the face of overly powerful strength, even a tyrannical great path technique would not be effective. In the end, Zhu Hao's body was still bound by those chains. No matter how he struggled, it was to no avail. Below, although Li Bingrui and the others wanted to help, they were unable to do anything in the end. Zhu Hao's strength was simply too strong. In the current battlefield, there was simply no one who was a match for him. Since you don't know what's good for you, I might as well bring you back for research. It just so happens that I don't have a mount, so perhaps I can tame you. Keek keek. At the same time the strange laughter sounded, the invisible chain grabbed at the unconscious Xiao Yan below. However, just as the chain was about to hook onto Xiao Yan's body, another invisible strength suddenly surfaced. It easily pushed back the chain that was approaching Xiao Yan's body while also breaking the chain that was binding Zhu Hao's body with one strike. Hee, I didn't expect an Origin Sovereign to make things difficult for a group of Origin Kings. Has the Ghost Temple sect become so shameless? Chapter 1277. Just as the invisible chains were about to latch onto Xiao Yan's body, an elderly voice rang out, and the invisible chains that filled the sky disappeared. The unconscious Xiao Yan and Zhu Hao were once again freed from danger. Faint laughter continued to reverberate throughout the area, but the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped everyone's hearts had completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Cloud Immortal sect has no right to interfere with the matters of my Ghost Temple sect. The dark, cold voice was once again emitted from the empty space. His tone was low and deep. Although he had already expected that this person would likely sense his actions, all of this should have happened after he had captured Xiaoyan. However, who would have expected that Zhu Hao, who had appeared midway, would disrupt his original plan? If this was not the case, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already become his. However, it was likely that this matter would not be so easy to resolve now. This old man indeed does not wish to interfere with the matters of the Ghost Temple sect. However, the matters at the borders of the mainland should be their own matters. We have already made an agreement that we will not interfere. However, your actions have already violated our earlier agreement. The elderly voice rang out once again. This time, there was an additional trace of coldness in his tone. Agreement? My Ghost Temple sect has never followed any rules. That agreement is something that you believe to exist. As long as we can complete the mission, we can do anything. What you are saying to me is a little too laughable. A mocking laughter was immediately emitted from the empty space when they heard this. At the same time, a majestic, invisible force once again surged out. It transformed into a countless number of chains that grabbed at Xiaoyan. At this moment, it was most important to capture Xiaoyan and bring him back. Originally, the entire plan had been flawless. Regardless of whether Palace Master Xiao could complete the mission, as long as the person in the void intervened, Xiaoyan would be theirs no matter what. Although they had already considered the existence of this person before this, it was not as troublesome as it was now. Now that Xiaoyan was no longer in his hands, it would truly be difficult to capture him. Since you don't want to keep your promise, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Sensing the surge of the invisible force, the old man's cry sounded in the sky. At the same time, an invisible force gathered once again. The scorching hot fire turned into an invisible flame that burned the empty space until it was distorted. Immediately, when the chains shot over, the flame quickly met them. It relied on its own terrifying high temperature to burn the chains into nothingness. That is, on the other side, Ancestor Fention's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw the scene in front of him. Although both parties were relying on their spiritual strength, he was able to sense a special energy within the flame. This energy was something that he had only sensed from Xiaoyan until now. Even if we were to fight face to face, you might not be a match for this old man. Furthermore, with just spiritual strength, your little tricks are useless in front of this old man. The faint laughter rang out once again, and there was a hint of a sneer in his voice. Although the chains were powerful, they were instantly turned into nothingness under the burning of the invisible flames. The so-called power was unable to be used under the flames. Sixth book. You, don't be arrogant in front of this Hall Master. The strength of my Ghost Temple Gate is not something that your Cloud Celestial sect can compare with. If this Hall Master summons another expert from the sect, you stop uttering nonsense. If you really have that ability, it is likely that you would have already summoned them. Now, this old man advises you to withdraw as soon as possible. Once you alarm the other two sects, it will be even more difficult for you to clean up the mess. After the old voice sounded, the frightening flame immediately pounced towards the shattered, empty space from all directions. When the latter saw this, his emotions changed, and he hurriedly withdrew the power that he had spread out. At the same time, the empty space also rapidly shrank. At this moment, Hall Master Zhao's face immediately revealed a terrified expression when he saw this. He hurriedly cried out a couple of times. Only then did a force surge out from the empty space. It grabbed him and forcefully pulled him back. You wretched trash! After a furious and unwilling curse sounded, the frightening aura that covered everyone's heads finally completely disappeared at this moment. Zhu Hao also heaved a long sigh of relief at this moment. However, his eyes still cautiously stared at his surroundings. After all, although one person had left, there was still another person's spiritual strength remaining. Compared to the former, this person was likely even more difficult to deal with. Don't worry, this old man won't do anything to you. After all, you are just a group of juniors and have no enmity with any of you. Moreover, this matter is at the border, and this old man shouldn't have interfered. If not for that fellow's stubbornness, I wouldn't have interfered here. As for this kid, Xiao Yan's body floated into the air uncontrollably as he spoke. The expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. The Genesis Qi in Zhu Hao's body circulated as he prepared to step forward. However, the expression on his face quickly turned stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Under the control of this mysterious old man, an invisible flame was pulled out of Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, it entered a certain spot in empty space and disappeared. This old man will be taking back this thing. However, as compensation, I'll give you this. Boundless power immediately began to surge, transforming into a giant invisible hand. A suction force surged from the palm, sucking in all the surrounding Genesis Qi and pouring it into Xiao Yan's body. As the blaze art slowly circulated, the boundless power was slowly absorbed by Xiao Yan. After this was done, the giant invisible hand gradually faded, and the owner of the second powerful aura also completely disappeared from the sky above the burning flame valley. The only ones left were the heavily injured members of the two sects, as well as Xiao Yan, who is currently slowly absorbing the boundless power in his body. At this moment, the two sects had been defeated with countless casualties. The remaining experts had all lost the ability to fight. On the burning flame valley's side, with the exception of Zhu Hao, although the 32 Spirit Guard were heavily injured, they still had the ability to fight. Ancestor Fentian had also recovered quite a bit of his strength after a period of rest. The outcome of this battle was already clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. The two sects were destroyed, and the burning flame valley had obtained a complete victory. Although several unforeseen events had occurred, everything was fortunately fine. From today onwards, the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpion sect would no longer exist in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley would be the one and only overlord of this place. Chapter 1278. After the frightening auras in the sky above the Burning Flame Valley disappeared, everything returned to normal. Following the end of the battle, the hearts of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley finally sighed in relief. At the same time, an old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, slowly opened his eyes in a certain large hall with magnificent decorations in the middle region. At the same time, a cluster of invisible flame was dancing gently in his right palm. The old man involuntarily smiled as he looked at the invisible flame in his palm. "Cuckoo, you have finally returned after so many years. With you, the old me can be considered complete. As for that Xiao Yin, we will talk about the rest when we meet in the future." In the blink of an eye, close to 2 months had passed since the great battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two great sections. In the extreme south, the discussions about the great battle from before had also gradually died down. Everything had returned to how it was in the past. All the resources of the two great sects had been taken over by the Burning Flame Valley. The current Burning Flame Valley had already become a well-deserved giant in the extreme south. Of course, under such a huge change, there were countless large and small factions that continuously emerged in the extreme south like bamboo shoots after a rain. The extreme south, which had just experienced a big battle, swiftly became lively. The Burning Flame Valley did not intervene in this matter. They quietly maintained their position as the overlord of the extreme south. At the same time, they were also swiftly recovering the damage that the big battle had left on the entire valley. Under the activation of the enormous amount of resources, the manpower and resources that the Burning Flame Valley had lost were swiftly replenished. Of course, the Burning Flame Valley also did their best to give the best arrangements to the families of the experts who had sacrificed themselves in the big battle. This action immediately attracted a wave of cheers from the Burning Flame Valley. The thing that surprised people was that after the big battle ended, Fang Zhizong led a group of people from the Fang clan to the Burning Flame Valley with the intention of joining. The first elder, Li Chengxiu, still chose to reject this action after some hesitation. Helplessly, Fang Jizong could only helplessly lead his people and leave. According to Li Chengxiu's understanding, the current head of the Fang clan had already been replaced by the young Fang Jizong. The original head of the Fang clan, Fang Qi, had been removed from his position as head of the clan by the three elders in the clan. The original Fang clan had nearly fallen into a hopeless situation under Fang Qi's leadership. If it were not for Xiao Yin saving them twice, it was likely that they would have already been turned into ashes. Now that Fang Jizong had succeeded the position of the head of the clan, he had made some achievements despite his young age. The city where the Fang clan was located had also become much more prosperous. Despite this, Li Chengxiu still rejected him. However, everyone clearly understood the true reason behind this. The Fang clan was still hesitant to do nothing when the Burning Flame Valley was in danger. Now that the Burning Flame Valley had obtained a complete victory and was still flourishing, it was already too late for them to join the Fang clan. On the other side, Xiaoyan had already awakened from his coma, but had been in secluded cultivation all this time. Although he did not understand where the boundless Genesis Qi in his body had come from, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was about to break through to the Origin Emperor stage with the help of this power. In a quiet room, a gentle light shone on Xiao Yan's fair face. His body was seated on a bed, his hands forming a cultivation seal. Genesis Qi stealthily seeped out from his body with every breath, before gradually fusing with his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut, his mind focused. The blaze art Qi in his body was continuously circulating, refining and purifying the boundless Genesis Qi in the vortex. In the end, it was poured into the vortex space as he quietly waited for the moment of his breakthrough. Time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during this endless training. At the same time, the aura of Xiao Yan's body was also approaching the level above King Yuan. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Yan was completely immersed in his cultivation, until a certain moment, a clear cry was suddenly heard from a room that had been tightly shut for 2 months in the Burning Flame Valley. A powerful aura abruptly spread from the room, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sky above the Burning Flame Valley, causing the expressions of several elders in the valley to change. The moment the pressure spread, 2 elderly figures appeared in the air outside the room. They watched the situation below with faint smiles as they involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. TSK Tisk, he's really amazing. 2 months ago, he broke through to the peak of the Origin King realm. I thought that was already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that 2 months later, this kid actually broke through to the Origin Emperor realm? Although this is partly due to that senior, it's still too shocking. Li Chengxiu stared at the scene before him in shock. His brows could not help but twitch when he sensed the vigorous aura from Xiao Yan's body. In his memories, Xiao Yan seemed to be the same returnant's brat from a few years ago, but the reality was that the latter had already become an Origin Emperor like him. Moreover, his battle prowess was much greater than a 6-star Origin Emperor like him. No matter what, breaking through is a good thing. This way, if he encounters the people from the Ghost Hall in the future, he'll be able to protect himself more or less. To one side, Ancestor Fention smiled faintly. He stroked his beard as he involuntarily thought back to the great battle 2 months ago. In particular, when Hall Master Xiao summoned the expert from the Ghost Temple sect, the scene was still deeply engraved in his mind. Whenever he thought about it, it seemed like it had happened yesterday. When these words were spoken, Li Chengxiu, who was at the side, also quickly nodded his head. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at the distant horizon. At this moment, a few more figures swiftly rushed over from the distance. It was the little fairy doctor and the rest. Both parties immediately exchanged a few polite words with a smile when they saw each other. Afterward, the group descended and landed in the courtyard below. They waited for Xiao Yan to appear. Creak! With the sound of a door opening, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on the figure who slowly walked out from the room. When the sunlight shone on the familiar, white face, the warm smile made people feel comfortable. The refreshing face always possessed a special charm. In particular, when the little fairy doctor looked over, her eyes were filled with the gentleness of a young girl. The people beside her all smiled when they saw this. They did not say anything more. On the other hand, Li Bingrue viciously glared at Xiao Yan when she saw him like this. She curled her lips and did not say anything more. I've made everyone worry. Chapter 1279. Xiao Yan had exited his retreat and broken through to the Origin Emperor class. Everyone naturally felt happy for him. Laughter continued to be heard as they chatted. A long while later, this group of people gradually scattered. Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor, and the rest remained in the courtyard. Only then did the latter slowly withdraw his mind. Xiao Yan had gained a general understanding of what had happened 2 months ago during their chat earlier. This was especially the case when he heard that the experts from the Ghost Slaughter Gate had intervened. His heart involuntarily tightened. Fortunately, the continuous attacks from Zhu Hao and that mysterious expert had allowed him to survive. Otherwise, if he had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Slaughter Gate, not only would he have met with misfortune, but even Sun Er would have. When he thought of all this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Only then did he deeply inhale and exhale. Fortunately, none of this had happened. Thank you for Senior Zhu Hao's matter. Although everyone did not explain why Zhu Hao had appeared in that big battle, Xiao Yan did not need to think to understand that he had been summoned by Li Bingrue. If Zhu Hao had not intervened to rescue him at a critical moment back then, it was likely that he would have already fallen into the hands of the Ghost Hall. Now that Zhu Hao was not around, he naturally needed to thank Li Bingrue. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, the expression on her ice-cold face was first slightly stunned. The iciness in her beautiful eyes could not help but lessen a little. However, she quickly returned to her senses. She fiercely glared at Xiao Yan and coldly said, "Don't think that I won't kill you. Don't think that I won't kill you because of this. I saved you because the person who wanted to kill you was me. Before I made my move, no one had the qualifications to kill you. As for the person who made the move, it was Zhu Hao. It has nothing to do with me." After speaking, Li Bingrue left with a straight face and a wooden expression. Behind her, Lian hesitated for a moment before quickly chasing after her. Among this group of people, the only one who could make Li Bingrue happy was probably this little girl. The fairy doctor could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw the scene between the two. She had more or less heard about what had happened between Li Bingrue and Xiao Yan. However, when she saw Li Bingrue like this, although her attitude was unyielding, the true killing intent towards Xiao Yan in her heart had already dissipated. Perhaps the killing intent in her heart had already dissipated when she received the message from her elder, Yihong Lian. It was just that she was unwilling to admit it and was unwilling to let her teacher dissipate like this. Let's make a trip back to the Western region in a few days. Suddenly, Xiao Yan spoke to the fairy doctor, who was tidying up the teacups. The moment the words left her mouth, the latter's delicate body instantly froze. Even a movement of her hand slowed down for a moment, and she almost dropped the teacup. Lung Bingshuang's figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A complicated expression involuntarily flashed across her beautiful eyes. After which, she silently nodded her head, quickly tidied up the tea set, and left on her own. When Bai Hua sent Ancestor Fantian and the fairy doctor off and returned, she immediately saw the moisture in the fairy doctor's beautiful eyes. She could not help but be stunned. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. After that, Xiao Yan told Bai Hua all of his plans. When she heard that Xiao Yan wanted to return to the Western region, Bai Hua finally understood why the fairy doctor had revealed such an expression. After which, Xiao Yan also told her about his plans to head to the Central region. Bai Hua was not too surprised by this. Xiao Xian had already been brought back to the Middle region for a long time. Now that Xiao Yan's cultivation had soared, it was time to look for him. Moreover, after this matter with the Ghost Hall, they understood that they needed an even greater strength in order to safely survive in the hands of those ghost things. The Middle region was undoubtedly their best choice. Xiao Xian's expression changed. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was the true bustling place of the continent. Only there could Xiao Yan's strength truly increase. It was a long while later when Xiao Yan was the only one left in the courtyard. Only then did his mind recall another matter. Other than being saved by Zhu Hao and the mysterious expert, the other thing that caused Xiao Yan to be alarmed was that the mysterious expert who had gifted him the Genesis Chi had extracted a cluster of invisible flames from his body before the event. Xiao Yan involuntarily began to take this matter seriously after learning about it. The one who had intervened was, after all, an unknown expert. Once that expert wanted to do something to him, it was likely that it would have an irreversible effect on his future. However, after Xiao Yan's careful inspection, he finally discovered that the flame that had been pulled away was surprisingly the fallen heart flame that he had swallowed back then. Xiao Yan involuntarily became surprised when he realized this point. Logically speaking, the current fallen heart flame was merely equivalent to a cluster of seed flame. Since this was the case, why did the other party insist on spending this trouble to extract a cluster of seed flame? Although Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart, he was unaware of the exact reason behind this. If he wanted to investigate further, it was likely that he would have to head to the middle region in the future in order to obtain an answer. After all, that mysterious expert was a member of the Cloud Immortal sect in the middle region. The next day, Xiao Yan personally went to find Ancestor Funtion. "Oh, you want to go to the central region so soon?" Ancestor Funtion could not help but frown when he heard Xiao Yan's plan, some worry appearing in his old eyes. The central region was different from other places. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was much more powerful. However, it was also much more dangerous. After all, the Ghost Temple sect was located there. Once Xiao Yan went there, the danger would be great. Xiao Yan laughed softly when he saw the expression that was revealed on Ancestor Funtion's face. He said, "After all, my ancestor has already been taken away for 3 years. I am worried. Moreover, I will have to face the Ghost Hall sooner or later. Instead of staying here and waiting for him to capture me, I might as well go to the central region and explore. With sufficient strength, they will naturally not be able to do anything to me." Only after hearing these words did Ancestor Funtion become silent. The words that were at the tip of his tongue were also swallowed back. Since Xiao Yan had already made up his mind, the only thing he could do was naturally to wish him well. After this matter, Xiao Yan chatted with the old man for a while. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's earnest request, he obtained a drop of geocentric milk marrow from Ancestor Funtion. This drop was prepared for Lung Bingshuang. Although Lung Bingshuang's extreming body was already under control, her true strength had yet to be unleashed. This might be due to her cultivation, or it might be due to other reasons. However, no matter what, this time, Xiao Yan planned to use the geocentric milk marrow to help Lung Bingshuang completely unleash the strength of her extreming body. At that time, her strength would definitely increase tremendously. Xiao Yan did not plan to let Lung Bingshuang follow him to the central region this time. Therefore, before this, he needed to ensure that the latter had sufficient strength to protect herself. The geocentric milk marrow was the best choice. Chapter 1280. 2 days later, Xiao Yan's group of 5 set off from the Burning Flame Valley again, returning to the western region. Compared to before, the group had decreased in number, and Li Bingrui had even joined them. However, their overall strength was much greater than before. In particular, with Xiao Yan's current strength as the Origin King, he was an existence that could move unhindered across the entire southern region. The group did not hurry back to the Liu clan as they headed north. Instead, they headed directly to the ancient savage wasteland city. However, when they passed by Lutsong City along the way, the scene within the city caused Xiao Yan's group to pause their footsteps. His somewhat interested gaze landed on the few human figures within the city. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. This southern region might be large, but fate just happened to be so coincidental. Let's go and see our old friends. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor and the rest by the side. The latter curled her lips and smiled. Soon after, she slowly descended. At that moment, in Lu Tsang City, within the Lu family residence, a group of people were huddled together. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the people in front of them. The old man leading the group was the old ancestor of the Lu family, Luya. The old man was also at mid-returnance. His strength could be regarded as extremely great in the southwestern region. However, Luya seemed to be in a rather horrible shape right now. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. He held a cane in his hand, and his chin was covered in blood. His hair was a mess, and his old face was sheet white. His sunken eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He had never thought that his Lu family would experience a day like this. At this moment, a middle-aged man was standing before him. The middle-aged man wore a gorgeous and flawless embroidered robe, and the imposing aura he emanated was especially powerful. His cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm, and if such strength was placed in the southwest border, there would indeed be few who could match him. Fu Yulong, don't be too arrogant. If you dare to destroy my Lu family today, you'll die one day. Luya clenched his teeth tightly. The words that came out of his mouth were fiercely squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. The gaze that he used to look at the middle-aged man in front of him was as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This middle-aged man was the palace master of Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. After not seeing him for a few years, this fellow had actually broken through to King Yuan. It was no wonder that he would come looking for the Lu family again. After all, Luya was already old, and it was difficult for his cultivation to increase. This fellow wanted to use this opportunity to annex him. Ha ha ha, who are you talking about? Could it be the Burning Flame Valley? Ha 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 ha, what an idiot. How could the Burning Flame Valley make things difficult for me? An Origin King expert for a small clan that hasn't officially joined. Fu Yulong immediately laughed mockingly when he heard Luya's words. Now that his cultivation had broken through to King Yuan, there was no one in the southwestern border who was his match. As long as he did not anger the Burning Flame Valley, did not offend Xiao Yin, and did not touch the Lu family in Xinjiang City, he could do whatever he wanted in the southwestern border. Even if he killed Luya in front of him and destroyed the entire Lu family, who would know? Who would find trouble with an Origin King expert for a clan that had already been destroyed? It's not the Burning Flame Valley. It's also not Xiao Yin. However, it is definitely an existence that you cannot afford to offend. Luya coldly laughed and slowly shook his head when he heard this. Other than the Burning Flame Valley, there was another enormous being in the southern region. However, there were extremely few people who knew about it. Coincidentally, his Lu family had some relationship with that enormous being. In the air, Xiao Yin, who had yet to descend, could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard this. Based on his current understanding of the southern region, other than the Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south, there was only the Fire Maple Forests, HSS, so it's the Blood Flame Bird. Xiao Yin immediately thought of the Blood Flame Bird clan when he heard Luya's words. Back then, Zhu Hao's son had stayed in the Lu family for a long time, and Xiao Yin had also heard that the Lu family seemed to have something to do with the Blood Flame Bird. Now that he thought about it, this was what Luya was implying. Of course, Fu Yulong naturally did not believe the old man's words in the slightest. With a chuckle, he twisted his hand as surging Genesis Qi immediately gathered at the center of his palm. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Luya in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, Fu Yulong's hand viciously slammed into the latter's chest. It doesn't matter if it is true or not. As long as your Lu family is exterminated today and all traces of your corpses are destroyed, who will be able to find fault with me? So die. The instant the sinister laughter rang out, Fu Yulong's hand was about to slam into Luya's chest in the blink of an eye. The latter's aura was currently extremely weak, and there was no way he could resist. All he could do was watch with an unwilling expression as the hand descended. In the next instant, BZZ, when the palm that was rushing over was still an inch away from Luya's body, it was easily locked by a powerful hand. When Fu Yulong turned his head around, Before he could even see the appearance of the person who had attacked, his entire arm that had shot out in front of him was instantly twisted. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and immediately after, the palm lightly landed on his chest. With a slight tremble, surging power instantly gushed out, and Fu Yulong's body was instantly sent flying backwards like a broken sack. Subsequently, he heavily smashed onto the ground, and the aura of his entire body immediately dropped to rock bottom. When Fu Yulong raised his head, he saw a familiar figure wearing a black robe standing beside Luya. When Xiao Yan's face entered his eyes, his entire heart almost collapsed. He had never expected that the person whom he was most unwilling to offend would actually appear in front of him in such a sudden manner. Moreover, from that palm of Xiao Yan's earlier, if the latter had not held back, it was likely that the current him would have already become a dead person. How? How can this be? How can it be me, is it? Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he heard this. He ignored the frightened face of Fu Yulong. Instead, he placed his gaze on the dull face of Luya by the side. He randomly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and handed it over to Luya. At the same time, he softly laughed and said, "The huge faction that old Mr. mentioned earlier should be the Bloodflame Bird Clan, right?" When these words were spoken, Luya instantly regained his senses. He stared at Xiao Yan in front of him with a face full of shock. He was shocked that the latter actually knew about the Bloodflame Bird Clan. However, after some consideration, he still helplessly nodded his head. Seeing this, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He did not speak any further on this topic, and instead turned to look at Fu Yulong. Chapter 1281. Within the Lu clan's mansion in Lutsong City, everyone's eyes were dull as they looked at Xiao Yan, who had sent Fu Yulong flying with one palm. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Fu Yulong, who was currently an expert at the Source King level and had difficulty finding an opponent in the entire southwestern border, would actually be sent flying with one palm by this young man in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. Of course, others might not know, but Fu Yulong's and Luya's hearts were clearly aware that this black-robed young man in front of them was a renowned person within the southern region. It was rumored that he had relied on his own strength to kill the chief of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate during the battle between the two sects not long ago. He had even caused an expert from the Source sect to end up seriously injured. Such a person, especially Fu Yulong, who had just advanced to the Source King class, could be considered extremely fortunate that he did not die after receiving a palm from Xiao Yan earlier. "So, have you killed him?" Beside Fu Yulong, Bai Hua faintly curled her lips at Xiao Yan as she indifferently asked. Just as Xiao Yan was about to nod his head, Fu Yulong hastily crawled up from the ground in shock. He hurriedly bowed and apologized to Xiao Yan. His voice hurried as he said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, everything in the past was indeed Fu Yulong's fault. I should not have made an enemy out of you. I should never have touched anyone from the Lu family, nor should I have associated myself with the Heavenly Puppet sect. However, I have now turned over a new leaf. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I never imagined that the person Luya was talking about was actually you. I hope that Mr. Xiao will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. As long as Mr. Xiao is willing to let me off, Fu Yulong will follow Mr. Zhao's lead from today onwards." "Mr. Xiao, all right, there's no need to say any more. I can forget about this matter, and I can also not kill you." Hearing this fellow's endless words of redemption, Xiao Yan's heart really felt irritated. Originally, he did not intend to kill him. However, if this fellow continued to speak endlessly, it would really be hard to say what would happen. As expected, this fellow immediately shut his mouth the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. Bai Hua by the side also glanced at the latter with a face of disdain. He was at the very least a Yuan king, yet he was so spineless. He was really able to say anything in order to survive. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the fear in Fu Yulong's heart finally relaxed. As long as Xiao Yan did not kill him, everything else was naturally fine. To him, his life was more important than anything else. If face was really so important, Fu Yulong would not have easily listened to the Heavenly Puppet sect's threats back then. "I can spare your life, but you have to do something for me," just as Fu Yulong was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Xiao Yan's words rang out once again. This caused the former's mind to shake as he hurriedly bowed and acknowledged. Xiao Yan ignored him and continued to speak. From today onwards, the Sea Cloud Palace will be under my command and will be responsible for protecting the Lu clan of Qingyang City. If anything happens to the Lu clan, this subordinate is willing to pay with his life. This time, before Xiao Yan's words had sounded, Fu Yulong hurriedly agreed. Now was not the time for him to make a choice. His life was in Xiao Yan's hands, so whatever he wanted was naturally up to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was first taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he smiled with satisfaction. This fellow was really straightforward, immediately acknowledging the relationship between the two of them. In this way, he might not need to worry about the Lu clan from today onwards. At the very most, he could talk to Ancestor Fentian about it when he returned, and there would be no more mishaps. The southern region could be considered safe. Remember your words. If anything happens to the Lu clan, you have to be careful of your life. Xiao Yan's somewhat dark and cold words caused Fu Yulong's expression to change once again. He hurriedly nodded his head respectfully. However, the former's tone immediately changed as he smiled. Of course, if your performance is appropriate, I will naturally remember it. I will refine a few pills for you in the future. Although I don't dare to say too much, it should not be a problem for you to reach the Origin King level. Fu Yulong's heart immediately shook when he heard the two words Origin King. Joy involuntarily flashed across his eyes. At his age, being able to break through to the Origin King level was already his greatest wish. Now that this strength had not come easily, he originally had no desire to pursue a higher realm. However, when he heard Xiao Yan's words, hope immediately surged in his heart once again. At that moment, he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly acknowledged Xiao Yan's words. All right, let's end today's matter here. I still have things to do. As for this, there should be no need for me to say anything more, right? Xiao Yan slowly said as he glanced at Fu Yulong. This subordinate understands. Fu Yulong immediately replied respectfully when he heard this. Xiao Yan nodded. Only then did he look at Luya by the side. He smiled slightly and said, "In that case, old mister, we will meet again next time." Luya smiled and cupped his hands together. Upon seeing this, Luya also hurriedly cupped his hands together. The current Xiao Yan had already grown to a level that they could only look up to. How could he have imagined that the young man whose cultivation was similar to his 3 years ago would actually grow to such a level in just 3 years, to the point where he could even affect the situation of the entire southern region? After which, Xiao Yan said a few more words to Fu Yulong. After the latter carefully noted it down, Xiao Yan's body moved, transforming into a black shadow as he once again shot into the sky. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed. In the blink of an eye, the group had once again disappeared before their eyes. At the same spot, Luya and Fu Yulong blankly stared at Xiao Yan's departing figure. In the end, they sighed and looked at each other with indifferent eyes. Soon after, Fu Yulong led his group of subordinates and swiftly left this place. While Xiao Yan's group was on the road back to the western region, a human figure was standing outside of a certain cave in the distant empty space to the north at this moment. Suddenly, the space behind him suddenly distorted. Immediately, an old man in golden robes appeared behind this person. When the old man appeared, the figure in front of him immediately discovered him. He immediately turned around and respectfully bowed to the old man. "Clan leader." "Yes, Long Lin. How long has that little fellow been in the dragon cave?" Hearing this, the old man gently nodded his head. Immediately, his deep gaze landed on the cave in front of him. He could clearly sense that there was a young figure seated in the depths of this cave. That person was the greatest hope of his faction. "Clan leader. He has already been in there for 2 years." "Oh? 2 years, huh? In that case, that little fellow has made quite a lot of progress in the dragon cave." Hearing the words of the person in front of him, a look of surprise involuntarily flashed across the old man's deep eyes. In 2 years' time, he had forcefully crossed 2 levels. This was much more than what he had expected back then. Chapter 1282. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiao Yan's group. After the matter with Lu Tsang City, Xiao Yan's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiao Yan looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiao Yan's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same, but people had changed. This Western region had also undergone a great change. In the current Western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These three forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shahipu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the four great sects were destroyed, the other three clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the four great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically occupied the region around Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted swiftly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the three great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, when the Bai family took out two origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone to attack them were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this point, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only with a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lungbing Shuang was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye, after which their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned as he gazed at the familiar mountain range before him. This scene actually made him feel like he had returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much more peaceful. In particular, when he thought of Lungbing Shuang, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He then waved his hand and flew towards the depths of the Shilin mountain range with the people behind him. It was also when this group of people flew into the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiao Yan, who was flying, frowned slightly. He was suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored the figure and quickly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Yin and the others one after another. Most importantly, the Ice Beauty, who usually devoted herself to cultivation, also appeared in front of Xiao Yin at this very moment. Looking at Xiao Yin, who was unharmed in front of her, Lung Bingshuang's cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yin had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw Xiao Yin return, the emotions in her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yin stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace. His strong arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lung Bingshuang's struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the two people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua, Narwhal Snake, and the others became familiar with each other. Kai had met Lian before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these two women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. Li Bingrui, on the other hand, quickly blended together because of Lian. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the three women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong, and everyone was chatting happily. In a mountain forest, Kar brought the 2 women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shilin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the 3 women. Under such a beautiful environment, the 3 of them chatted happily. Xiao Yin and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shilin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yin into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yin gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The 2 of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yin had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1283. The next day, Xiao Yin had once again gathered everyone in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. His aim was naturally to discuss the official establishment of Xiao Gate in the western region. Although Xiao Yin had previously established Xiao Gate in the northern region, Xiao Yin was not familiar with the northern region. Currently, Xiao Gate in the northern region had been completely entrusted to the Sea Tribe. Currently, Xiao Yin planned to officially establish Xiao Gate in the western region. At that time, they would wait until the Xiao Gate in the western region and the northern region had developed before they would officially merge. Additionally, the southern region still had the Burning Flame Valley as an ally. In this way, the western part of the continent would swiftly fall into the hands of Xiao Gate. This would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to Xiao Yan's future development. After a general explanation, everyone seated became eager to give it a try. Who did not dream of becoming a giant in the future and awe everyone? However, that was really too far away from them in the past. Now, however, Xiao Yan had placed this opportunity in front of them. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with excitement. The establishment of Xiao Gate would establish a vast image in the Western region. The rise of this extraordinary faction would cause countless people to feel reverence in their hearts. When the Western region and the Northern region merged in the future, Xiao Gate would become even larger. At that time, they would also become an expert in the eyes of countless people. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw the yearning expression on the faces of everyone present. The establishment of Xiao Gate would not only become a guarantee for Lung Bingshuang and the rest, but would also become the greatest support behind him. In this way, he would be able to head to the middle region with a peace of mind. However, Xiao Yan did not tell everyone present about his intention to head to the middle region. This was especially the case for Lung Bingshuang. He did not wish for the latter to be worried about him. Even more so, he did not wish for Lung Bingshuang to do anything rash because of him. After all, Xiao Yan did not intend to bring her along on this trip to the middle region. After this, Xiao Yan gave a detailed explanation about the ghost hall to everyone seated. Most of the people seated were aware of this mysterious and unfathomable faction. After all, the members of the Ghost Hall had also intervened during the decisive battle with the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley back then. Their impression of that battle was still fresh in their minds. However, when Xiao Yan told them about his encounter in the extreme south, the expressions on everyone's faces changed once again. This was especially the case for Lung Bingshuang. At this moment, a dense worry involuntarily surfaced on her beautiful face. Even though Xiao Yan was beside her at this moment. Although Xiao Yan's words sounded calm, everyone present could sense a dense, dangerous atmosphere. If it was not for the intervention of that mysterious expert at the end of that big battle, it was likely that they would not be able to see the current Xiao Yan. After knowing about the danger of the Ghost Hall, especially after learning that their target was actually Xiao Yan, everyone present revealed a disgusted expression. They already had an extremely bad impression of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. Now that their gazes had landed on Xiao Yan, their expressions would naturally be ugly. Humph! A group of things that are neither human nor ghost actually dares to target the chief of our Xiao Gate. If we meet them in the future, we will definitely get them to return the favor. The Flame Lion's tone was dense as he scolded. Within his words, he had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the other people to burst into laughter. However, the only thing that did not change was the ruthlessness in everyone's eyes. Since that is the case, let us add the first firewood for the establishment of the Xiao Gate. Sky Eagle indifferently said. His gaze swept across the other people present. Everyone nodded their heads one by one upon seeing this. Soon after, numerous gazes uniformly landed on Xiao Yan. Everyone then stood up and cupped their hands toward Xiao Yan. Your subordinates greet Clan Master Xiao. After the discussion was completed, Xiao Yan told everyone about the following plan with a smile on his face. Other than recruiting experts, the most important point for the establishment of the Xiao Gate was naturally resources. The establishment of a faction naturally required a huge amount of resources to support it. As a super faction that was about to rise in the Western region, the resources that the Xiao Gate required had naturally reached a level that was unimaginable by ordinary people. At the very least, it far exceeded the Qin Wasteland bewildering valley back then. Of course, given Xiao Yan's methods, it was naturally not difficult for him to obtain resources. This was especially the case now. At the same time that his cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor, his spiritual strength had also similarly broken through. From a certain point of view, the current Xiao Yan had already become a rank 6 alchemist. Such a status was naturally something that no one in the Western region could compare with. Additionally, there were currently quite a number of medicinal pills that he had snatched from his opponents within his storage ring. If he were to auction these off, he should be able to exchange for quite a number of resources. Sky Eagle had also given a recommendation in regards to this. Naturally, it was Lu Zhongtian. That fellow was famous for opening auction houses and had once received help from Xiao Yan. Finding him to help with the auction was naturally the most appropriate choice. The resource aspect could be temporarily resolved. However, there was another big problem. They needed to gather quite a number of experts. Ever since the battle between them and the Qin wasteland bewildering valley back then, the experts that they had brought from the northern region had already returned. It was indeed very difficult for Xiao Yin to gather experts within the western region. If he insisted on finding them, it was likely that he would have to use some methods. When he thought of this, Xiao Yin involuntarily recalled the person that he had sensed when they had arrived at the Shilin mountain range 2 days ago. If I remember correctly, that fellow's attire seems to be from the Bai clan. Xiao Yin muttered softly in his mouth. When he lifted his head, he coincidentally saw the little fairy doctor opposite him. As his gaze turned, the jade pendant that hung around the little fairy doctor's snow-white neck caused him to raise his eyebrows. He remembered that the jade pendant seemed to have originally belonged to Lien. Back then, when he had first rescued that lass, she had given that jade pendant to him. After Lien had awakened, Xiao Yin had returned it to her at the Burning Flame Valley. However, when he saw it now, it was likely that Lien had given it to this master of his. Xiao Yin involuntarily curled his mouth and smiled when he thought of this. He revealed a warm smile. This scene caused the expression on the little fairy doctor's face to change slightly. A bright light flashed deep within her pretty eyes. However, what Xiao Yin did not know was that Lien had given that jade pendant to the little fairy doctor in order to comfort her, whose complexion was extremely poor. In the little fairy doctor's memories, this jade pendant belonged to Xiao Yin. Chapter 1284. Western Region, Green Hunchback Mountain. The current Green Hunchback Mountain had already become the headquarters of the Bai clan. The place where the 4 great sects were stationed in the past had also become the place where the disciples of the Bai clan lived. Especially on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain, it was the residence of the upper echelons of the Bai clan, a clan that controlled a continuous mountain range. This was not only a kind of pride, it also symbolized that they would control endless resources. This was naturally something that made people jealous. However, no one dared to challenge them. At this moment, on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain, Bai Ying and his son were sitting in a grand hall with their brows tightly knitted. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. They had just received news that they seemed to have seen Xiao Yan's figure outside the Shilin mountain range. This was not a good thing for them. Sigh, that fellow caused a storm in the western region the last time he came back. I wonder what kind of big commotion he will cause this time. Father, why don't we go and negotiate? It can be considered as expressing our sincerity first. At the side, Bai Zhan hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Are the two of you that worried about my return? However, the instant his words sounded, a clear laughter suddenly sounded in the hall. The expressions of the Bai clan's father and son in the hall suddenly changed drastically. At almost the same time, the figure of an old man in white robes appeared beside the Bai clan's father and son. His old face was filled with a grave expression as he looked at the black-robed young man who slowly appeared in the hall. Although the black-robed young man in front of him did not reveal any aura, he could still feel a faintly discernible pressure from the latter's body. Just from this point alone, the old man was certain that the cultivation of the person in front of him was definitely far superior to his. How could this not cause his heart to feel heavy? He was certain that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Yin smiled as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A bright light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. If it was just a guess before, then at this moment, he was certain that the white-robed figure he saw outside the Shilin mountain range was indeed a member of the Bai clan. Xiao Yin. Bai Ying and his son's faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yin, who had suddenly appeared in the large hall. The emotions in their hearts instantly became tense. On the other hand, the white-robed old man in front of them glanced at the 2 people behind him from the corner of his eyes. He involuntarily sighed emotionally in his heart. Xiao Yin was indeed a frightening person to be able to cause the father and son, who were usually unmoved, to reveal such an expression in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Xiao Yin. His expression was grave, and his heart was filled with caution. As he stealthily circulated the Genesis chi in his body, he respectfully cupped his fists together toward Xiao Yan. "By family, by Haoshuan, greets Mr. Xiao Yan." Bai Haoshuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he gazed at the black-robed young man before him. Back then, the black-robed young man, who was as weak as an ant before him, had now become an existence that even Bai Haoshuan had to look up to. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Bai Ying and his son behind him hurriedly recovered when they saw the old man act in this manner. They stood up together and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. Even their own ancestor had to treat Xiao Yan with respect, much less the rest of them. Xiao Yan gently nodded when he saw this. His eyes swept over by Haoshuan, and surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. After many years of bitter training and the help of a large amount of resources, this old grandfather of the Bai clan had actually broken through the Origin King class. This kind of cultivation was not much different from Lung Bing Shuang's. Bai Ying and his son had both reached the return stage. Their cultivation could be considered as one of the best in the entire Western region. "May I ask why Mr. Xiao Yan has come to my Bai clan?" Bai Haoshuan stared closely at Xiao Yan as he slowly asked. It's nothing. It's just that the Bai clan seems to be very concerned about my return. Since I've returned, I naturally feel that I should pay a visit." The expressions of the two people behind Bai Haoshuan immediately changed when these words were uttered. In other words, Xiao Yan was already aware that they had dispatched people to wait outside of the Shilin mountain range. Immediately, the hearts of the father and son duo tightened. Could it be that Xiao Yan had come today to denounce them? With this thought in mind, the Genesis chi in the Bai father and son's vortex began to surge as Bai Haoshuan's expression gradually darkened. In response, Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile and said, "There's no need to be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm not here today to denounce you. Instead, I have something to invite you to. Of course, you can also treat this as a threat." Invite. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Bai clan trio could not help but reveal looks of suspicion on their faces. Soon after, Xiao Yan continued, "I will be establishing a faction in the Western region, Xiao Clan. The reason I've come today is to invite you to join my Xiao Clan. Of course, I know that this news may be a little too sudden for you, so I'll wait for your news in half a month. If you're willing, please come to Yin City for a gathering. If you're not." Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile when he reached the end of the painting, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the trio with a playful smile. Only when the trio's faces turned green from his words did he let out a soft chuckle. His figure turned around, but just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to speak again. "That's right. I don't want to say much about the matter of monitoring the Shilin mountain range. My friends, and I don't like the feeling of being monitored, so I hope that you won't let me see such a thing again in the future." The hearts of the three of them suddenly sank the moment these words were uttered. Their breathing immediately became hurried, and their foreheads were swiftly covered with perspiration. Only when they saw Xiao Yan turn around and leave did the horror in the depths of their hearts gradually calm down. It was a long time after Xiao Yan left that the trio in the hall slowly returned to their senses. Xiao Yan's words echoed in their minds as they gradually felt a pressure in their hearts. Xiao Clan. Xiao Yan intends to dominate the Western region. The old man slowly muttered. His deep old eyes stared at the flame on the candlestick at the side as his heart was filled with mixed feelings. When Xiao Yan had destroyed the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, Bai Ying had predicted that Xiao Yan's faction would become another huge monster in the Western region. At that time, they would also be threatened. The reason why these clans had been monitoring the Shilin mountain range was because of this. However, now that Xiao Yan had returned, the words he had said had already left them with no room to refute. Chapter 1285. After leaving Green Hunchback Mountain, Xiao Yan headed west and soon arrived at Yin City. Arriving at this familiar city once again, a beautiful figure immediately surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Jin Yao. Thinking back, he had obtained many treasures from her, especially the 1,000-fan tree. It was still alive and standing in his storage ring. If not for the fact that he did not expect his ancestor to have such a relationship with the Burning Flame Valley's ancestor, the Thousand Fan Tree would have been his first choice in exchanging for the geocentric body elixir. Putting that aside, Xiaoyan also had a good impression of Jin Yao. Now that he thought about it, with that woman's intelligence, she should be living quite well in Yen City. Arriving at the Thousand Medicine House once again, the place had indeed changed greatly. Not only was it much larger than before, even the guards at the door had reached the Do D class. Seeing the two middle-aged men wearing the uniform of guards standing in front of the door, Xiaoyan could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to walk into the house, his eyes suddenly paused. His gaze once again returned to the two guards. His gaze landed on their chests. There was a family crest clearly embroidered there, with the word Sheng embroidered on it. Xiaoyan immediately knit his brows when he saw this scene. He raised his head and took a look. The three large words, Thousand Medicinal House, entered his eyes. He had indeed come to the right place. However, these two guards clearly did not belong to this place. While Xiaoyan's heart was filled with doubt, he continued to walk forward. Just as he reached the door, the two guards suddenly moved, and each of them blocked Xiaoyan's path. Get lost. Don't you see that the Sheng family is here? The Thousand Medicine House is not accepting any guests today. At the same time that the curses were spat out from their mouths, the two middle-aged men simultaneously pushed their palms towards Xiaoyan's shoulders. Xiaoyan frowned, but his footsteps did not pause. He allowed the palms of the two men to land on his shoulders. His footsteps did not stop. The moment their palms made contact with Xiaoyan's body, the two guards suddenly sensed an incomparably frightening and powerful force. Their bodies were sent flying because of this. At the same time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out. Everything that happened in the Thousand Medicine House was recorded in Xiaoyan's mind. At this moment, in a sealed room in the Thousand Medicine House, a man and a woman were inside. The woman was undoubtedly Jin Yao. However, at this moment, the red dress she was wearing was almost torn. Most of her body was exposed to the air. Her beautiful face was full of fear. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Everything had turned into a hopeless situation. At this moment, Jin Yao was being teased by the man in front of her. Even death had become an extravagant hope. At this moment, in front of Jin Yao, a rich young man dressed in a brocade robe was staring at Jin Yao with a lewd smile. Looking at her snow-white and voluptuous body, he could not help but lick his lips. Then, he pounced on the woman in front of him again. Outside the door, several guards looked at the situation in the room through the crack of the door. Each of them had a lewd expression on their faces. However, at this moment, a cold, murderous intent caused the smiles on their faces to gradually disappear. Then, it turned into fear. Ha 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 ha! Jin Yao, I've spent so much manpower and resources on you, yet you still dare to ignore this young lord? Today, no matter what, this young lord will take you down. I will let you know what it means to beg for death. With a sinister laugh, the man once again pounced on Jin Yao. His douqi was attached to his hands as he ruthlessly pressed Jin Yao onto the bed. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape from the man's grasp. Looking at the man's crazy actions, Jin Yao's heart was filled with grief. At this moment, she really wished she could commit suicide to end all troubles. However, the cyclone in her body was sealed by the man in front of her. Any attempt to commit suicide would be blocked by him. Right now, she was afraid that she could only be at his mercy. However, at this moment, bang, there was a loud explosion behind her. The tightly closed door was knocked open by someone. Several figures were knocked into the room by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they lost all signs of life. The young man in front of the bed was also shocked by this sudden change and took a few steps back. Because of this, Jin Yao had a moment to catch her breath. Looking at the guards who had already lost their vitality on the ground, a terrified expression immediately appeared on the man's face. He hurriedly turned his head to look. A figure whose face could not be seen clearly was slowly walking into the room under the sunlight. The light disappeared, revealing a handsome face. This caused the young man in front of him and Jin Yao, who was curled up on the bed, to be stunned for a moment. The man naturally did not expect that a little brat would be able to so easily kill the guards he had brought with him. In fact, he had even come out unscathed. Jean Yao was shocked that he had once again appeared in the nick of time when she was in danger. This involuntarily caused the depths of the latter's heart to tremble a little. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? To think that he dares to disturb me. Don't you know that I'm a member of the Shang clan? If you dare to disturb my mood, I'll make sure you suffer. Although the black-robed man before him seemed extraordinary, the young man was confident that his Shang clan was not to be trifled with. His Shang clan was undoubtedly the overlord in the Yin City area. However, Xiaoyan acted as though he did not hear the young man's threatening words. His gaze turned and landed on Jean Yao, who was currently curled up on the bed. He opened his mouth slightly and slowly walked forward. With a random clench of his hand, he used his Genesis Chi to form a black robe that covered Jean Yao's naked body. Only after which did he turn his head to look at the young man. The young man's face instantly turned green when he saw that Xiaoyan actually dared to ignore him. Anger rose in his heart as though Qi gathered in his hand, and a punch was viciously thrown at Xiaoyan. Bang! However, when this fist smashed onto Xiaoyan's body, the strength that erupted from the fist was returned to him by a few times. This strike sent his body flying. Only at this moment did this young man realize just how frightening this black-robed young man in front of him was. You, who exactly are you? Xiaoyan completely ignored the trembling voice of this young man. He slowly stepped forward, slowly raised his hand, and spread his 5 fingers. The horror on the young man's face also became denser. Immediately, he hurriedly let out a loud cry and said, "Don't worry. You can't kill me. My grandfather is Sheng Dong of the Sheng clan. You can't kill me." Unfortunately, the young man's body was swallowed into the endless void as he shouted. Chapter 1286. After casually killing the young man, the cold and detached expression on Xiaoyan's face slowly returned to normal. He turned around, his gaze once again landing on Jean Yao, who was still curled up on the bed. He slowly walked towards the bed and reached out a hand to gently tug on Jean Yao's black robes as he said in a gentle voice, "I've made you suffer." The moment these words were uttered, it was as though the pillar of the embankment had been pulled apart. Her eyes, which were filled with tears, were unable to be stopped. Following this, Jean Yao's throat also emitted a sorrowful cry. Her soft, lovely body suddenly pounced into Xiaoyan's embrace and cried out loudly. Xiaoyan was also stunned by Jean Yao's sudden action. Soon after, he returned to his senses and wrapped his arm around Jean Yao's shoulders, allowing the latter to vent the emotions in her heart. At the same time, after the young man was killed by Xiaoyan with one hand, the expression of an old man who was originally admiring the fish beside a pond in a huge manor outside of Yin City suddenly changed drastically. His shriveled hand hurriedly flipped and a broken jade tablet appeared in his palm. "This, Kaya. Anger immediately rose in the old man's heart as he stared at the completely broken jade tile in his hand. Boundless Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body, causing ripples to form in the calm pond water. Who killed my Kai?" As a hoarse roar of anger sounded from the old man's mouth, powerful energy undulations immediately unfurled from his body, destroying everything in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze instantly locked onto a certain direction, where Yin City was located. His grandson had clearly brought a group of experts to Yin City this morning. He knew what his grandson was going to do. Could it be that woman? The rage in the old man's heart grew even stronger at this thought. With a flip of his hand, he kept the broken jade tile into his storage ring. As he lifted his head, a chilling voice filled with killing intent slowly spat out. "Jean Yao, if this old man catches you, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones before tearing your corpse into 10,000 pieces." The moment he finished speaking, the old man stomped his foot on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded and cracks spread out rapidly. The old man's figure also disappeared from the manor in an instant. Inside the 1,000 Medicine House, Xiao Yin had slaughtered every other member of the Sheng family. After that, Xiao Yin and Jin Yao, who was dressed in black robes, arrived at the backyard of the Thousand Medicine House. I heard you went to the Southern Territory 3 years ago after the Battle of Maze Valley with Qin Wasteland ended. At this moment, Jin Yao had regained her composure. With a gentle expression, she looked at Xiao Yin in front of her and slowly handed him a cup of tea. Hearing this, Xiao Yin chuckled and nodded. I originally came from the southern region. Back then, something happened to a friend there, so I hurried over. But now, everything has been resolved. I also heard that you and that person in the Shilin mountain range seem to have an unusual relationship. At this point, Jin Yao looked at Xiao Yin with a flicker in her beautiful eyes. The latter could not help but smile when he heard this. He placed the cup of tea back on the table and said slowly, "You must be talking about Long Shuang Shuang. You're talking about Long Bing Shuang, right? She's my wife now." As soon as he said this, Jin Yao, who was pouring tea for Xiao Yin, suddenly moved. The smile on her beautiful face involuntarily faded a little. After her eyes flickered slightly, she continued to pour tea for Xiao Yin with a smile. "Then, you came back this time to take her away? Someone is coming." As soon as Jin Yao finished speaking, Xiao Yin said this. While the former was slightly stunned, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky in the courtyard where the two of them were. It crashed heavily into the courtyard, and an invisible energy immediately swept out with a cloud of dust. However, when it approached Xiao Yin and Jin Yao, it separated on its own as if it had hit a wall. Jin Yao. In the cloud of dust, a low and hoarse old man's voice slowly came out. It was not difficult to hear the cold, killing intent in that voice. Hearing this, Jin Yao could not help but frown slightly. Compared to before, there was less fear in her heart now. With Xiao Yan's existence, Jin Yao no longer had to fear anyone. A cool breeze swept across the courtyard, and the dust in the courtyard was quickly washed away, revealing an old figure in a brocade robe. At this time, although the latter had already noticed the existence of Jin Yao, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked cautiously at Xiao Yin, who was facing him sideways. Although the latter did not make a move, the old man could still faintly sense that this black-robed man was not simple. Perhaps this person was the one who killed his grandson. Looking at the black-robed man in front of him who had clearly killed someone but was still drinking tea calmly, the anger in the old man's heart grew even more. What gave him such confidence? "Boy, you're the one who killed this old man's grandson?" After a long while, the old man slowly said in a low voice, "If you're Sheng Dong, then there's no mistaking it." Xiao Yin did not pay any attention to that. He gently raised the teacup before him and took a sip. His face was indifferent. He was only an early returnance expert. His cultivation level was not enough for him to take him seriously. Seeing that this murderer was actually still so calm and composed, Sheng Dong's old body could not help but tremble. The majestic energy in his body continued to surge out. Within his pair of shady old eyes, the fury that was filled with killing intent could no longer be suppressed. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly flashed. Following a white light that flashed past, his figure appeared in front of Xiao Yin in the blink of an eye. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a claw and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's throat. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face also fell into Sheng Dong's eyes. At this moment, Sheng Dong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his emotions instantly turned into shock. How can it be? Boom! Following a muffled collision sound, Xiao Yan's left hand had unknowingly landed on the old man's chest. Xiao Yan's hand shook slightly, and a force surged out like an erupting volcano. It sent Sheng Dong flying in front of him with one strike. When Sheng Dong's body smashed onto the ground, he was in a miserable state. However, he did not have the time to put up any resistance. His body hurriedly climbed up from the ground and knelt down toward Xiao Yin with a terrified face. He said in a panic, "I did not know it was Sir Xiao Yin who had arrived. Please forgive me for my ignorance." The moment these words were uttered, not only Jin Yao, but even Xiao Yin felt a little surprised. It was unexpected that this old man actually recognized him and was even able to display such an attitude when his grandson was killed. He was really not an ordinary person. Chapter 12, 87. You recognize me? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow when he heard Shengdong's words as he slowly asked. Sir, when you fought against the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, I was one of the people you saved from the western valley of Ping Mountain. After that, I helped you to defeat the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. Only then did I recognize you. Shengdong hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred between him and Xiaoyan when he heard this. The latter immediately came to a sudden understanding upon hearing these words. After that battle, Xiaoyan had once again distributed quite a number of medicinal pills to them. Hence, a portion of them had already reached the origin transformation stage and above. This Shengdong in front of him could be considered to have benefited quite a lot. However, Shengdong's grandson had died at his hands. This matter was probably, I see. It was all thanks to your assistance in that battle. Xiaoyan nodded and said with a smile. You are too polite, sir. It is only natural that you saved us from danger. You are very good, but your grandson's conduct was improper. He almost harmed my friend. Fortunately, I arrived in time today. Otherwise, it would have caused a great disaster. At that time, the Sheng family would probably, before he could finish speaking, Shengdong's pupils abruptly shrank. His kneeling body hurriedly sank down as a look of fear appeared on his face. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly explained, Sir, you are right. My lord, you're right. My grandson brought this upon himself. He deserves it. When Shengdong returns, I'll definitely discipline my clansmen and make sure they don't cause any more trouble. Even though Shengdong was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still forcefully clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as he said these words. What else could he do now that things had developed to this stage? Xiaoyan had already used the Sheng clan as a threat. If he dared to disobey, it was likely that the clan behind him would also be threatened. Today, his grandson was dead. He could not find any reason, nor could he find any reason to avenge him. Just like what he said, he only had himself to blame. Soon after, Shengdong dragged his heavily injured body and left Yin City. On the streets, Shengdong's old face was pale and his hair was disheveled. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with tears. Under his sleeves, his withered hands were tightly clenched into fists. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. On both sides of the street, countless people stared at the usually high and mighty Sheng family ancestor. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment he stepped out of the city gates, his body finally trembled violently. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and he nearly fell to the ground. Inside the Thousand Medicine House, Xiaoyan slowly put down his teacup and shook his head. With a soft sigh, he leapt and disappeared from Yin City. Jin Yao couldn't help but frown as she watched Xiaoyan leave. Her jade-like hands gently stroked her black robes as her beautiful eyes flashed. After Xiaoyan left Yin City, he continued to head west. A couple of hours later, he appeared in the middle of the Sand River. The current Sand River shop was undoubtedly much more prosperous than a few years ago. As the border between the Shilin region and the Western Wastelands, this place witnessed countless people coming and going every day. Various rare treasures were constantly exchanged. At the same time, this was where Lu Zhongtian currently resided. Lu Zhongtian currently had his auction houses scattered all over the Western Wastelands. With Sand River Shop being his headquarters, the auction house here was the largest. Its degree of prosperity was also unimaginable. Rank 4 pills, spirit tier chi methods, and dose skills that were rarely seen in the past frequently appeared in Lu Zhongtian's auction houses. Sometimes, even rank 5 pills would appear. Even some origin kings would be tempted by pills of that level, let alone ordinary experts. Today, Xiaoyan had come to Sand River Shop to find Lu Zhongtian to help him auction his pills. Moreover, all the pills that were to be auctioned were all rank 5 and above. Most of the pills were obtained by Xiaoyan from his opponent's storage rings. Although there were some pills that were extremely valuable, It was a pity that the current Xiao Yin no longer had any interest in these pills regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation level or eyesight. Rather than storing them in a storage ring, it was better to auction them. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the largest auction house in Sand River Shop. The grand scene could be said to be the most impressive auction house that Xiao Yan had ever seen. This was where Lu Zhongtian was located. Although there were many barriers, and there were even quite a number of formations deliberately blocking him, Xiao Yan was still able to clearly sense Lu Zhongtian's location given his current spiritual strength. He immediately smiled slightly and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. After the previous incident, Xiao Yan's gaze subconsciously landed on the two tall and sturdy figures standing at the entrance when he arrived at the entrance this time. After confirming that they were indeed people from the auction house, he laughed involuntarily in his heart and was about to step through. Wait a moment. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step past the two of them each took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. He did not expect that there would be so much trouble entering the auction house. What is it? Xiao Yan frowned a little impatiently. However, this was Lu Zhongtian's territory after all, so he could only suppress his impatience and slowly ask, "Kid, it's not impossible for you to enter my clan's auction house, but you must at least possess a cultivation of the origin transformation stage or be auctioning an item of equivalent value to a tier 4 pill. Otherwise, you should obediently return." Xiao Yan could not help but be taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect Lu Zhongtian's requirements to be so high. There were not many experts above the origin transformation stage in the western regions to begin with, yet Lu Zhongtian had used this as a screening criteria. Even a tier 4 pill had become the minimum requirement. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh to himself when he thought of this. He was just about to adjust the Genesis Qi in his body when his gaze quickly turned and a crafty glint flashed across it. He raised his head and his gaze once again looked at the two large men in front of him as he slowly smiled and said, "Since that is the case, I'll auction the pill." The two men could not help but be taken aback when they heard this. They looked at the ordinary-looking young man in black robes before them and somewhat hesitantly asked in their hearts, "Kid, you said you want to auction a tier 4 pill? Tier 4 pill, huh? I don't have any." Xiao Yan smiled. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to instantly become gloomy. Daring to tease them in this place was not a wise choice. Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to throw the black-robed young man in front of them out, Xiao Yan's following words caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to suddenly become dull. "I only have tier 5 pills in my possession." Chapter 1288. Sand River. In a brightly lit hall, Xiao Yan lazily sat on a chair. His gaze swept up and down the layout of the hall, and he could not help but be surprised. Lu Zhongtian had been living a prosperous life these past few years, and this guest hall was quite unique. From the building materials to the array layout in the hall, everything was unique. Just from the array layout here, if an expert below King Yuan wanted to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a great price. Just as Xiao Yan was looking around, an old man quickly rushed over from outside the hall. Before he arrived, his apologetic voice could already be heard. "Hee, I'm really sorry to have made Mr. wait for so long. This old man is the manager here. Because our president is hosting the auction at the front desk, I accidentally neglected Mr. I hope you don't blame me." As his voice fell, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing such a young black-robed youth in front of him, the old man could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not expect that the customer who wanted to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill would actually be a young man. "Mister, you really want to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill?" After a long while, the old man slowly spoke with a suspicious expression. He really found it hard to believe. How could such a young man take out a rank 5 medicinal pill? Even if he really did, how could he bear to bring it to the auction house? Was he not afraid that someone would kill him to steal the treasure? Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled non-committally and did not say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed with light. Following that, dozens of jade bottles containing medicinal pills appeared on the tea table at the side. There were more than 30 jade bottles, and in each jade bottle, there was at least one medicinal pill. Moreover, they were all rank 5 medicinal pills without a doubt. The expression on the old man's face was immediately startled as he looked at the pile of jade bottles in front of him that were about to fill the entire table. Immediately, he swiftly picked up a jade bottle in front of Xiao Yan's smiling eyes. After opening it, he carefully inspected the medicinal pill within it. As the jade bottle was opened, a rich pill fragrance immediately gushed out. The special medicinal power contained within caused the old man's mind to sway. He had naturally seen many rank 5 medicinal pills. Although the one in front of him was not the best, in comparison, the quality of the rank 5 medicinal pills was definitely not bad. It is indeed rank 5. Finally, the old man nodded with a solemn expression. His deep gaze slowly swept across the other jade bottles, and a look of shock surged on his face at the same time. There was no doubt that since even the bottle of medicinal pills he casually chose was rank 5, the quality of the rest of the medicinal pills was naturally without a doubt. And these 30 over medicinal pills were actually all tier 5 medicinal pills. If such a number of them appeared in the western region, they would probably cause a great commotion. Sir, are you really sure that all of these medicinal pills should be auctioned? After confirming the grades of these medicinal pills, the old man no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him. To be able to take out so many rank 5 medicinal pills in one go, this kind of wealth was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. After all, even with their auction house's foundation, the number of rank 5 medicinal pills in their current inventory was no more than 2 hands. Therefore, the old man could conclude at this moment that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Auction all of them. I have no use for them. Additionally, I hope that this matter can be resolved within half a month. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man in front of him was stunned. He was naturally aware of the value of a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, this black-robed young man in front of him had actually so casually said that it was useless for him to keep them. If these words were to be heard by an ordinary person, it was likely that that person would be angered half to death. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xiao Yan actually requested for all of these medicinal pills to be auctioned off within half a month. This was the first time that this old man had heard of such a request after living for so long. The old man was not in a hurry to keep these jade bottles in front of him. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he sat opposite Xiao Yan. His face was filled with caution as he smiled apologetically at Xiao Yan. In his heart, he could only anxiously wait for the chairman of his own auction house to arrive in time. It was likely that only he would be able to handle such a situation. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Yan's gaze finally once again looked towards the outside of the hall. Within his spiritual perception, a somewhat familiar aura was hurrying towards this place. The owner of that aura was indeed Lu Zhongtian. At the same time, the old man sitting opposite Xiao Yan had similarly discovered the latter's arrival. Immediately, the nervous emotions in his heart relaxed slightly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Wang Xian, what exactly happened? Outside the hall, Lu Zhongtian frowned and hurriedly inquired when he saw the steward swiftly approaching. Similarly, Wang Xian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened to Lu Zhongtian. Upon hearing this, the latter's face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Immediately, he lifted his head to look at the mysterious black-robed young man in the middle of the hall. However, when his gaze landed on the black-robed figure who had already stood up, the expression on his face gradually froze. In the hall, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, who had not changed much compared to a few years ago, and slowly said, "It's been 3 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Naturally well. It's all thanks to you that I can have today and my current cultivation." After a pause, Lu Zhongtian slowly opened his mouth with a smile. In the past 3 years, with the aid of the medicinal pills Xiao Yin had given him back then and some opportunities, Lu Zhongtian cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the ancestor of the Bai clan, Bai Haoshuan. Subsequently, Lu Zhongtian walked forward and lowered his head slightly to look at the medicinal pills on the table. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. No wonder you can scare the steward of my auction house to such an extent. In the entire western region, I'm afraid that only you can take out such a sum. After these words were spoken, Xiaoyan could not help but sneer. Immediately, Lu Zhongtian continued, "Tell me, why are you auctioning so many medicinal pills? With your status, you don't seem like someone who lacks money. I want to establish a faction in the western region, but my personal wealth is not enough. Therefore, I plan to auction these medicinal pills." Hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's brows immediately twitched. There was some surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would already have such a plan when he saw him again. There was no need to think too much. He knew what would happen in the future. The faction that Xiaoyan wanted to establish would definitely dominate the entire western region. Do you need my help? That's exactly what I was thinking. The reason I came to Sand River Shop this time was firstly to ask you to help me auction these medicinal pills. Secondly, I hope to form an alliance with the faction under your command. Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. If he could also form an alliance with Lu Zhongtian, the growth of the Xiao clan would definitely be extremely terrifying. When he left, he would naturally not have to worry about anything in the western region. Haha, that won't do. However, Lu Zhongtian's reply caused Xiaoyan to be slightly taken aback. This was something that he had not expected. If Lu Zhongtian was unwilling, rather than forming an alliance, I feel that it's better to directly join. Chapter 1289. At the same time that Xiaoyan met Lu Zhongtian, Tianing and the others quickly purchased all the shops in the city with the spirit stones that Xiaoyan had given them. The news that Xiaoyan was going to establish the Xiao clan quickly spread throughout the Shilin region as if it had grown wings. As for Lung Bingshuang, the latter directly rushed to the western wilderness region and went straight to the Murong family. Not only did the establishment of the Xiao clan require the support of all the factions in the Shilin region, the Murong family, who lived in seclusion in the western wilderness region, had also become a target for them to rope in. Especially with their relationship with Lung Bingshuang, Xiaoyan believed that the chances of getting the Murong family to form an alliance with the Xiao clan was not small. Xiaoyan's name once again swept through the western region at lightning speed when news spread from all over the place. A countless number of factions were once again shocked by this name. All of them recalled the soul-stirring battle 3 years ago. The Qin wasteland Maze Valley, which was an old overlord of the western region, had been forcefully destroyed by Xiaoyan. Ever since then, Xiaoyan had suddenly disappeared. Originally, everyone thought that the western region had come to an end. Quite a number of experts had swarmed out, and the various large factions had repeatedly competed with each other. Now that Xiaoyan had once again returned, he had shocked the western region the moment he attacked. It seemed that he was about to become the top overlord of the western region. A few days later, in the Sheng family's manor outside Yin City, Sheng Dong's heart was heavy when he heard the news from his clansmen. His grandson had died at the hands of Xiaoyan. Not only was he unable to do anything to the latter, Xiaoyan's Xiao clan, which was about to rise, had once again threatened the existence of his Sheng family. Now that Yin City was the headquarters of the Xiao clan, once the Xiao clan flourished, they would definitely become the overlord of the western regions. Moreover, his Sheng family was currently so close to the Xiao clan. If he did anything against them, he would definitely be immediately discovered. At that time, it would be difficult for his Sheng family to protect themselves. A few days ago, he had been forced by Xiaoyan, and the injuries in his body had yet to fully recover. Now that he thought of this, Sheng Dong's face became increasingly pale. Father, Kai died in the hands of that Xiaoyan, and now he's being so aggressive and wants to kill our Sheng family. We can't just sit and wait for death, even if we have to die, Pa. At the side, the middle-aged man's face was filled with unwillingness as he rebuked angrily. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by Shengdong. His pale old face was filled with an expression of exasperation. Bastard! Kai is already dead. Do you still want to send the bloodline of my Sheng family to death? Shengdong's face was filled with rage, and killing intent surged in his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the end. Do you know how the Bai family was able to achieve its current status? Who didn't know that the Bai family was ranked last among the 4 great families of the Heavenly Sword sect? They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the sect's internal affairs. But now, Xiaoyan killed my grandson. This old man will never forget this matter. However, if you want revenge, it's definitely not something that can be achieved by fighting with all of your emotions. Shengdong took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The expression on his old face gradually returned to normal. A smile appeared on his pale old face. He helped the middle-aged man up and slowly said, "Send my message. From today onwards, my Sheng family will be a subordinate force of the Shao clan." The next day, the news of the Sheng family submitting to the Shao clan rapidly spread throughout the Shilin region. Immediately, countless forces moved. Very quickly, some of the more reputable families and forces expressed their intentions to join the Shao clan. In an instant, the Shilin region was filled with flags that belonged to the Shao clan. Within Yin City, a majestic large hall rose from the ground. Numerous pavilions were swiftly built. In less than half a month, all the large and small shops within Yin City had been completely demolished. Instead, they were replaced with a large hall that belonged to Shao Gate. There was even an enormous black rock erected outside of the eastern city gate of Yin City. If one were to look carefully, the appearance of this rock was actually exactly the same as Shao Yan's Heavy Shin ruler. On this rock, there were 2 bright golden words Shao Gate carved on it. On the other side, Lu Zhongtian's auction that would last for half a month was also in full swing in the Sand River shop. Dozens of Tier 5 pills. This kind of extravagance had alarmed many hidden families and forces in the western region. Among those people, there were even a few experts whose cultivation had reached the Origin King realm. Such a situation caused Lu Zhongtian to not dare to be careless, continuously auctioning Tier 5 pills for half a month. This kind of activity could be said to be the first grand occasion in the western region in 100 years. In the auction house, there were only a few hundred people in the large space. This situation seemed bleak, but in reality, the people present already included the majority of the experts in the western region. If these people could gather together, they would definitely be a terrifying force. As for them, they were all here for the Tier 5 medicinal pills. Everyone, the next item will be the finale of today's auction. It's also a Tier 5 pill called the Mirror Breaker pill. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian once again took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. There were many such jade bottles within his storage ring. However, in order to obtain the greatest benefit, he still maintained the practice of only auctioning off 3 of them each day. In this way, he would be able to fulfill the request that Xiao Yin had raised while also being able to raise the value of the medicinal pill to the greatest extent. Naturally, it could be considered as having the best of both worlds. When the Mirror Breaker pill was mentioned, a series of gasps immediately rang out in the auction house. Everyone obviously knew the effects of the Mirror Breaker pill. It was a Class 5 pill that could allow Origin Transformation experts to break through to Returnants. There were quite a few late Origin Transformation experts present, and they could not help but burn with desire when they saw the Mirror Breaker pill. Of course, the Origin Kings seated at the front also had their eyes set on the Mirror Breaker pill. There were obviously many juniors who were about to reach late Origin Transformation in their clans or elders. If they could bring back the Mirror Breaker pill, they would obviously be able to increase their strength. These experts obviously would not miss out on something that would benefit them. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The upper limit is 50,000. Please. Although the treasure was good, the price made the expressions of quite a few people present change. The continuous days of competition and auction had already caused them to use up quite a lot of spirit stones, and there was no lack of people who had used up all their wealth. At this moment, even the origin kings in the front row could not help but change their expressions when they heard Lu Zhongtian's price. It was very obvious that even they were feeling the strain. Chapter 1290. In the auction house, the few people sitting in the front row exchanged glances with each other. A dark and ruthless expression flashed across their eyes. Soon after, these few people once again returned their gazes to the auction stage at this moment. Their gazes were somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Lu Zhongtian on the stage. One of the old men hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chairman Lu, although we all know that the value of this breaking mirror pill is quite high, isn't it a little too much for you to raise the price like this? These few days, we have not said much on account of the fact that it is a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, if you continue to raise the price like this, don't blame us for not buying it. After the old man's voice sounded, his somewhat threatening gaze slowly swept over the crowd behind him. Sensing the cold gaze of the old man, the faces of the people who were originally planning to raise the price immediately revealed a fearful expression. Immediately, they became silent. Although the rules of the auction house did not allow anyone to use any threatening methods here, they were after all experts at the level of King Yuan. Naturally, no one could stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do. After which, the old man once again returned his gaze to the auction stage with a cold smile. He smiled as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, whose expression had darkened. There was no fear in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm only following the arrangement of the customer with this price. If everyone is willing, you can bid for it. If not, please leave this place." Lu Zhongtian naturally understood the meaning behind the words of these people. They did not wish to lower the auction price of the medicinal pill and take away the medicinal pill at a low price. The threatening gaze earlier was directed at the auctioneers as well as him. It was likely that if he was unwilling to lower the price, this fellow would influence the wishes of the people behind. In this way, this medicinal pill would naturally be unable to be auctioned. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, the old man below the stage immediately revealed a displeased expression. He stood up, and a pair of dark old eyes stared intently at Lu Zhongtian as he coldly said, "Lu Zhongtian, I advise you not to be too arrogant. This old man knows that you have joined that whatever Shao Gate, but this is not enough to be your backing. It is merely established by a few King Yuan. If we were to really compete together, our few large clans would not be the slightest bit afraid. You better not give yourself. You seem to be a little too confident in yourself." However, it was also at this moment that a calm voice suddenly sounded out from a certain place in the auction house. Although the voice was not loud, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Even Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, also looked over with a face full of suspicion. He knew that Xiaoyan was not in the sand shop, and that voice did not belong to him. When everyone looked over, in a corner of the auction house, a man and 2 women slowly stood up. At a glance, the woman was undoubtedly Lung Bingshuang. As for the middle-aged man, he was dressed in a green robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His awe-inspiring gaze was fixed on the old man who had just spoken. Noticing the 3 people who stood up, the old man frowned and his heart sank. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. "I am Shao Gate, Mu Ronghao." After pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man slowly spoke. At the same time, a powerful aura that was comparable to a 7-star origin king instantly spread out from his body, causing the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. The old man's expression turned deathly pale the instant Mu Ronghao's words sounded. This Mu Ronghao was the 4th brother of the Mu Rong clan. As for the woman on Lung Bingshuang's right, she was Mu Rong Chanqian, who had already returned to the clan 3 years ago. When he first heard the 2 words Shao Gate, and then felt the majestic aura pressure from Mu Ronghao's body, fear immediately surged in the old man's heart. He did not expect that there would be other experts from the Shao Gate other than Lu Zhongtian. What was even more unexpected was that the person who came was actually a 7-star origin king. At that moment, even the expressions of the other origin kings beside the old man changed. After a moment of hesitation, they quickly changed seats and put some distance between them and the old man. The old man's face could not help but twitch when he saw this. He could not help but curse inside. After looking around, he looked at Murong Hao with an awkward smile and said in an embarrassed tone, "Senior Brother Murong Hao, I'm sorry, Senior Brother Murong. I only spoke in a moment of anger. I did not have any intention of insulting the Shao Gate. I hope that Mister does not take offense. As for this medicinal pill, the employer of this medicinal pill is the leader of the Shao Gate." Seeing that the old man had taken the initiative to admit defeat, Lu Zhongtian on the stage could not help but sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's retreating figure suddenly stiffened. Before he could do anything, two cold gazes suddenly shot over from behind, causing the old man's skinny body to involuntarily tremble. Cold sweat immediately gushed out from his body as he hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then this medicinal pill, I'll take it. I wonder how much Mister is willing to pay?" Lu Zhongtian laughed mockingly and said, 10,000, 50,000. I'll pay 50,000. As soon as the old man's voice fell, his expression changed, and he hurriedly changed his words. He could not care less. Under the gaze of everyone present, he hurriedly took out all the remaining spirit stones in his storage ring. After taking the medicinal pill, he hurriedly left. In front of a 7-star Origin King, his initial Origin King cultivation was too weak. If the old man still dared to be tactless, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. Seeing the old man hastily leave as if he was fleeing for his life, the other Origin Kings present subconsciously exchanged glances with each other. From the corner of their eyes, they would occasionally glance at Murong Hao behind them. They were extremely nervous in their hearts, as if they were afraid that this fellow would target them again. Fortunately, this matter was settled and the auction was officially over. Murong Hao and the rest also left together. Only then did the cold sweat that had gathered on their foreheads fall. At the same time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They resentfully forgot about Lu Zhongtian, who was looking at them with a smile on his face, and quickly left. "Fourth uncle, why didn't you directly end that old bastard just now?" He actually dared to look down on the Shao Gate. On the street, Murong Hao's group of 3 slowly walked. After crossing the Sand River, it was time to head to Yin City. At that time, he would be able to meet the master of the Shao Gate. "Haha, girl, why is your temper becoming more and more irritable? Using violence to curb violence is a method to deal with enemies. However, that person merely spoke rudely to the Shao Gate. I don't have any reason to do anything to him. Now is the time for the Shao Gate to establish its prestige in the Western region. We absolutely cannot let such a small matter affect the overall situation." Hearing this, Murong Hao curled his lips and smiled. His warm hand gently shook Murong Qianqian's little head. Seeing the girl's depressed appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. After which, he led the two of them and quickly headed towards the Shao Gate. Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Countless experts had gathered in the original Yin City and the current Shao Gate. Most of these people were the leaders of various organizations in the Western region. They were either the masters of sects or the heads of clans, ranging from King Yuan to Do Di. There were countless of them. This was the first time the Western region had seen such a scene in 1,000 years. During this half a month, the Shao Gate had used all the profits they had obtained from auctioning off the medicinal pills to recruit people from all over the Western region. Under the supervision of Tian Ying and the others, the current Shao Gate possessed close to 100 experts at the Do Di level and several dozen origin transformation and returnance experts, excluding the external organizations. This foundation was not just a little stronger than the Maze Valley of the Qin Wastelands. Adding on the fact that the various organizations from the outside were constantly joining, the current Shao Gate had already become the #1 organization in the Western region. There was no one in the main seat in the hall of the Shao Gate. A group of people were seated below. Lung Bingshuang, Bai Hua, and the others were present. However, the 5 Tianing brothers stood behind Lung Bingshuang. They naturally could not treat such a scene as they usually did. At this moment, The lively Murong Qianqian's lovely body was lying on Bai Hua's back. Her pair of spiritual eyes would occasionally size up everyone present. When her gaze returned to Bai Hua in front of her, a smile involuntarily appeared on the slightly pursed corner of her mouth. Sensing this, Bai Hua also gently lifted her hand and caressed the girl's delicate jade-like hands. This scene that appeared in the arena caused quite a number of people to feel envious in their hearts. At this moment, Murong Hao's face was a little gloomy as he watched the two lovey-dovey people before him. He could not help but curl his lips. Although he wanted to stop them, the girl had already grown up. He could not possibly teach her everything. Moreover, this young person called Bai Hua did not seem too bad. She had already reached the Origin King level at such a young age. What happened between them? Murong Hao shook his head and sighed in the end. Lung Bingshuang could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw this. When she turned around, she saw three white-robed figures slowly walking over. They were the three people from the Bai clan. After a few moments of hesitation, the Bai family still decided to join the Shao clan. After all, the Shao clan was currently flourishing, and various forces were continuously joining. If they continued to hesitate, then the threat of Shao Yan might really fall on them. At this moment, when the three of them entered the hall, their gazes immediately swept towards the main seat. Seeing that the seat was empty, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They cupped their hands towards Lung Bingshuang and walked towards the few remaining seats at the side of the hall. Hee, since the three of you are here, don't you want to greet me? However, it was also at this moment that the figure of a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind the three Bai clan members. At the same time, a familiar chuckle sounded from his mouth. This person was none other than Shao Yan. Sovereign. The three of them reacted extremely quickly. When they turned around and saw Shao Yan, they immediately changed the way they addressed him. With just one sentence, the relationship between the two parties had become much closer. Upon seeing this, Shao Yan gently smiled and nodded. As his gaze swept around, the others present also swiftly stood up. Numerous gazes that contained surprise and reverence swiftly shot over. Just that attack of Shao Yan's earlier had already displayed his strength. That kind of frightening speed was something that no one present could compare with. The couple of Origin Kings who had left the arena involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts. Not only did this Shao Yan in front of them appear much younger than they had imagined, but his cultivation was also this powerful. At the very least, with their current strength, they were unable to see through Shao Yan's strength. At this moment, even Murong Hao had a grave expression as he looked at Shao Yan. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to vaguely sense that Shao Yan's aura had already surpassed the Origin King level and reached an even higher realm. This brat, after not seeing him for a few years, his cultivation has already stepped into the Origin King level. How terrifying. Sensing Shao Yan's aura, Murong Hao's expression could not help but harden slightly. At the same time, Shao Yan had also discovered Murong Hao's existence. Raising his head, his gaze instantly fell on the latter. In an instant, an invisible pressure abruptly descended on Murong Hao's head, causing his expression to change slightly. However, shortly after, a gentle smile appeared on Shao Yan's face. His gaze swept between Lung Bingshuang and Murong Hao. It seemed that Lung Bingshuang's trip to the Murong family this time had resulted in a much better result than he had imagined. After greeting everyone present, Shao Yan slowly walked towards the main seat in the Great Hall. Behind him, the gazes of everyone present revolved around him. Only when Shao Yan sat down did everyone sit down one by one. This scene was rather impressive. Aha! All of you are heroes from various places in the Western region. Being able to gather here with Shao Yan today is my Shao clan's fortune. On the main seat, Shao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the entire hall. After which, he cupped his hands together and said. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. Even though everyone present knew that this was merely a compliment, who would be angry after hearing such compliments? However, I also know that although everyone has come to my Shao clan today, I believe that many of you still have a hesitant attitude in your hearts. If that's the case, I will not make things difficult for everyone. If anyone wants to leave now, Xiao Yin will definitely not stop you. Immediately after, Xiao Yin spoke once again. His words caused the expressions of some people present to change slightly. While they were hesitating, Murong Hao, who was sitting opposite Lung Bingshuang, suddenly slowly stood up. Facing Xiao Yin, he cupped his hands together and said, "Murong Hao, the Murong family will pass on the message of the patriarch. The Murong family will fully support the establishment of the Xiao clan." As the words left his mouth, a faint aura and pressure spread out from his body. 7-star Origin King. When the few Origin King experts present sensed this, their expressions changed drastically. The remaining trace of hesitation in their hearts was completely eliminated under the pressure of this aura. Lu Zhongtian is willing to join the Xiao clan. Immediately after, Lu Zhongtian, who was behind Murong Hao, also stood up. The words that came out of his mouth also quickly moved the group of experts behind him. "I am Bai Ying, representing the Bai clan to join the Xiao clan." First, it was a mysterious 7-star Origin King. Then it was Lu Zhongtian, and now it was Xiao Yin and the others. The situation was already very clear, and the Bai clan naturally had no reason to hesitate. Even if they were unwilling to join, they still had to nod their heads. Immediately after, a series of shouts resounded within the hall. "This old man, Zhang Tianan, represents my Zheng clan to join the Xiao clan. I am Xiao Xing, willing to join the Xiao clan." Chapter 1292. Following the establishment of the Xiao Gate, most of the forces in the western region had also merged into the Xiao Gate. In less than a month, the Xiao Gate's forces had already spread throughout the western region. All the big and small cities and various mines had all belonged to the Xiao Gate. In addition to the continuous recruitment of experts, the Xiao Gate's foundation rapidly grew stronger by the day. Everything within the Xiao Gate was also gradually on the right track. At this moment, unknown to everyone, Xiao Yin had quietly brought the fairy doctor and the rest back to the southern region. Xiao Yan's group was slowly walking on the streets of the savage ancient city. At a glance, the human flow in the city seemed to be much greater than usual. This was especially the case for the number of high-tier experts. It was likely that the number had increased by a couple of times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin could not help but raise his eyebrows. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. "We're leaving just like that." To the side, Bai Hua suddenly frowned and spoke. Only then did she attract Xiao Yan's gaze. "If we really tell them directly, I'm afraid that it will be even more troublesome. This way, at least they can safely stay in the western region." Xiao Yin gently shook his head. With regard to the news of their departure, Xiao Yin did not directly tell Lung Bingshuang. He knew that once he said it, it would not be so easy for them to leave. Although it was somewhat apologetic, it could at least save some trouble. To the side, the fairy doctor listened to the conversation between the two. A hidden light flashed across her beautiful eyes. At the same time, in the depths of the Shilin mountain range in the western region, Lung Bingshuang was looking at the jade slip in her hand with a worried expression. Ever since Xiao Yin left the Shilin mountain range, this jade slip had already landed in her hands. She even knew that Xiao Yin was heading towards the central region. All of this had been told to her by the fairy doctor. Although she had 1,000 complaints in her heart, she also knew that Xiao Yin was doing this for her own good. Including the establishment of the Xiao Gate, his goal was still to ensure her safety. After all, just as the fairy doctor had said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was eyeing her covetously. Once she appeared in the central region, it was likely that she would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yin. Lung Bingshuang could naturally understand that Xiao Yin was thinking for her, but she was the same. Southern region, ancient city of wilderness. Looking at the large group of figures flying in from outside the city, Xiao Yin couldn't help but frown. He was curious about what had happened here that could attract a large group of experts. Damn it, why is the void lightning pool empty? Not a single bolt of lightning is left inside. What the hell happened? What a mess. This has never happened in the void lightning pool in the past. Could it be That it has something to do with the spiritual pressure on Gray Mountain? Who knows? Although I don't know which expert left it behind, it's indeed a good treasure. However, just the pressure from the soul is something that even origin transformation experts would barely be able to comprehend. People like you, and I can't even take a second glance at it. So how can we comprehend it? The group of experts who had returned to the city were constantly cursing. They had spent a lot of time to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Now that the Void Lightning Pool had opened, the situation inside shocked everyone. The thunderbolt force that had originally filled the sky was completely gone. Moreover, based on the situation, it was obvious that this was caused by someone. This made everyone so angry that they could not wait to tear apart the person who had absorbed all the thunderbolt force. Xiaoyan could not help but blush when he heard the waves of angry curses. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. Bai Hua and the fairy doctor to the side laughed. They had already heard about this matter from Xiaoyan, but they still could not help but laugh when they saw it now. Cough, cough, that wasn't me. I never thought that the Northern King would have absorbed all the lightning energy. If they want to tear apart someone, it should be the Northern King. That's right. Where's Lian? That girl ran pretty fast, but she didn't know to wait for us. Only when they turned their heads did the three of them discover that Lian, who was walking in front of them, had unknowingly disappeared. When Xiaoyan spread out his spiritual strength to search, he suddenly knit his brows. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua by the side also involuntarily knit their brows and exchanged glances. Their bodies trembled slightly, and the three of them disappeared from the spot. Hee hee, this girl's looks aren't bad. I wonder which family she is from to be willing to let her out. On the street, right in front of Lian at this moment, a thin young man with a pale face was looking at Lian, who was like a blooming lotus with a malicious expression. Two other people blocked the girl from behind. The three brothers had come to the ancient savage city, this time for the empty lightning pool. Who would have thought that they would end up empty-handed after entering? Just as they were feeling frustrated, Lian coincidentally bumped into them. Haha, I'm furious. I was just thinking about where to put out the fire, but I never expected you to bump into me. Since you're already here, why don't you have some fun with me? Behind him, a pale-faced young man laughed lewdly. His scarlet tongue licked his lips, and he immediately grabbed at Lian's slender arm. At this moment, Xiaoyan's group had already appeared behind these three people. Their expressions were indifferent. Just as they were about to intervene, Lian, who was surrounded by these three people and whose pretty face contained a terrified expression, suddenly raised her hand. At the same time that the young man's hand was pushed back, a purple-colored energy pillar also rushed out. Soon after, it violently smashed into the chest of the young man behind her. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly behind her. His body shifted, and the young man's body was violently sent flying by that strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already become seriously injured. Ugh! Xiaoyan and the other two involuntarily felt a little stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They had wholeheartedly wanted to protect this girl, but they seemed to have forgotten that the three people who wanted to harm her were merely three ordinary Dodi. However, the current Lian had already reached the origin transformation realm. With such strength, there was naturally no need for her to be afraid of these so-called experts. The three of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. Soon after, they smiled in disappointment. They only wanted to protect this girl, but at times they had already forgotten that she needed to experience the process of growing up herself in order to prevent her from being in any danger. Haha, let's go. Let's return to the Burning Flame Valley. The three of them ignored the two stunned young men. The little fairy doctor went forward and grabbed Lian's hand. The group gradually walked further and further away. Only after long while did the bodies of the two young men suddenly soften. They fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. Chapter 1293. After the group of four returned to the southern region, they did not stop at all as they swiftly headed towards the extreme south. Within a few days, the four of them had returned to the Burning Flame Valley. When Ancestor Fintian heard that Xiaoyan had established his own faction in the western region, the former also expressed his support. He even clearly stated that once Shao Gate developed to the southern region in the future, the Burning Flame Valley would become Shao Gate's greatest protection in the southern region. Outside of the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley, Shao Yan's group of 4 heavily cupped their hands together towards Ancestor Fentian and First Elderly Qingshu in front of them. Their solemn voices slowly spat out as they said, "Seniors, we will meet again in the future. Take care. Take care. Be careful on the road. Once you reach the middle region, remember to keep a low profile. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." The 2 of them nodded heavily. Immediately, the 4 of them turned around and left. However, just as Shao Yan's group arrived outside the mountain range where the Burning Flame Valley was located, a familiar figure suddenly flew over from the distance. At a glance, the person who had arrived was Li Bingrue. This woman had originally received news from the Fire Maple Forest in the southern region on the day that Shao Gate was established and had swiftly returned. Shao Yan originally thought that he would no longer have any interactions with this person. However, he did not expect that she would rush back at this time. With regard to this, Shao Yan could only adopt a helpless attitude. On the other hand, when Lien saw Li Bingrue once again, her exquisite pretty face immediately revealed a joyous smile. The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Li Bingrue's gaze quickly landed on Shao Yan's body as she slowly said, "I have said before that I will definitely personally kill you. Therefore, don't think that you can escape from me so easily." Shao Yan could only shake his head when he heard this. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor beside him. Immediately, he spoke faintly. His body moved, and he flew towards the eastern horizon. "Let's go. It's time to leave." 4 figures followed closely behind. This time, they were heading east. Their destination was the eastern region of the southernmost land, which was under the jurisdiction of the Yunin Pavilion. At the same time, there was a transmission formation that led to the central region. Shao Yan's heart was filled with hesitation as he looked at the distant sky in the east. The middle region was the most prosperous region in the Yuanwu continent. It was where countless experts gathered. Shao Xian was also there. Additionally, the other 2 heavenly flames other than Yi Honglian should also be in the middle region. Back then, Shao Yan had obtained information from Yi Honglian that she was actually unaware of the exact identity and location of the other 2 heavenly flames despite her status. This caused Shao Yan to be incomparably surprised. The only information Yi Honglian had given him was that he might be able to find information regarding the other 2 heavenly flames in the middle region. Currently, other than the heavenly flames, Shao Xian, Gue Hall, Luo Jin, and the rest were also in the middle region. Even Sun Air, all of these were related to him. He had to go to the central region. Now, he had finally embarked on this journey. In the next few days, the group of 5 had been in a state of haste. During this period, other than passing through some cities on foot, almost all of them flew towards the east at the fastest speed possible. Nanlin City was one of the few large cities in the southernmost land. Moreover, unlike other cities, Nanlin City was controlled by 2 clans. Both parties held half of Nanlin City's economy. Although it appeared fair, there were countless disputes. For many years, the 2 clans had been fighting openly and covertly. Until now, the unequal situation in Nanlin City had completely disappeared. Along with it, one of the great clans in Nanlin City had also disappeared. In the end, the dispute between the 2 clans ended with one side winning. The winner became king, and the control of Nanlin City fell into the hands of the victorious party. Recently, the Futu clan, which controlled Nanlin City, was holding a grand banquet. On one hand, it was to celebrate their complete control of Nanlin City. On the other hand, it was to celebrate the birthday of their ancestor. This banquet could be said to be the biggest event in Nanlin City in many years. Many experts from the surrounding cities had come to celebrate the birthday. For this banquet, there were more than 10 origin kings from various places. This was because the ancestor of the Futu clan was a super expert who had reached the origin king realm. His name was Futu Hao. Futu Hao. On the street, Shao Yan's group was originally walking toward Nanlin City without any worries. However, when they passed by an enormous mansion, the words that were emitted from the crowd at the entrance caused Xiao Yan's forward footsteps to pause. Even the few people beside him also stopped. Their faces were filled with doubt as they looked at Xiao Yan in front of them. "What's wrong? Do you know this Fu Hao?" Bai Hua raised her eyebrows. She dared to guarantee that this was the first time both she and Xiao Yan had come here. If this ancestor of the Futu clan had never been to other places, Xiao Yan should not be able to recognize him. "I don't know him, but I've heard of this name," and Xiao Yan frowned and quickly recalled the past. When he had first arrived in Yuanwu continent and obtained the Luo Tian cauldron, he seemed to have heard of this name. Futu Hao was the cause of the Luo Tian cauldron's destruction. At the same time, he was also the main culprit who had killed the previous owner of the Luo Tian cauldron. "This, Zhou Tong, I did not expect to meet the person who killed you back then." After some careful recollection, Xiao Yan recalled that when he had first obtained the Luo Tian cauldron, the remnant spirit in the cauldron had asked him to kill Futu Hao. Originally, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath, but because of Gu Yu's appearance, he had skipped that step. However, Xiao Yan was a person who valued his promises. Since Zhou Tong had handed the Luo Tian cauldron to him, he naturally had to fulfill his promise to kill Futu Hao. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart before he slowly shook his head. He had clearly heard on the street that there were still 2 days until Futu Hao's birthday. Since the other party was celebrating his birthday, Xiao Yan had to give him some face. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would have to wait until the birthday was over. "Let's find a place to rest in the city. We have been hurrying along recently, and everyone is quite tired. We will continue our journey in 3 days." The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua naturally knew what Xiao Yan planned to do after hearing his words. However, they did not have any intention of stopping him. After all, Xiao Yan had even killed a Genesis Zone level expert. If it was just an ordinary Origin Emperor, they naturally did not need to worry. After which, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He spread out his majestic spiritual strength and cautiously probed within the Futu family's manor. Very soon, a deep and powerful aura appeared within Xiao Yan's probing range. "Oh, an 8-star Origin Emperor." Xiao Yan immediately confirmed the latter's identity when he sensed that qi. At the same time that his heart was shocked by the old fellow's cultivation, a somewhat hoarse old voice was transmitted over. "You are the first elder. May I know who this friend is? If you are curious, why don't you meet me face to face? Why do you need to resort to such underhanded means?" Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1294. It is said that the ancestor of the Futu family is an expert at the Origin Emperor level. I was just curious. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently and said, Hearing the clear voice, Futu Hao could not help but feel surprised. From a voice, it was not difficult to tell that the other party was just a young man. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the mysterious young man also had the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. A young man with the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. This kind of person could not be nurtured with ordinary circumstances. With this thought in mind, Futu Hao immediately paused and said, "Who are you? May I know who you are, and why have you come to my Nanlin city?" "I am Xiao Yan. I have rushed here and just wanted to take a rest. I have no intention of disturbing you." Xiao Yan. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Futu Hao's heart immediately trembled, and he hurriedly said, "May I ask if you are the Xiao Yan who participated in the battle of the 3 sects in the extreme south?" "Yes, I am." The latter smiled slightly. At this moment, Futu Hao's heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that the person who had shaken the entire extreme south would suddenly appear here. However, Futu Hao's old face quickly piled up with a smile, and he hurriedly said, "In that case, I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yan can come to my house for a chat." To be honest, this old man is very impressed by Mr. Xiao Yan's battle. With your own strength, you shook the sect masters of 2 sections. This old man is ashamed of his incompetence. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately moved. He smiled and said, "You are too kind. Old mister, you flatter me. Since old mister has personally invited me, and the birthday banquet is just around the corner, then I won't be polite." "Ha, good, good. It is this old man's honor to have Mr. Xiao Yin visit my house. I will inform my clansmen and let them receive you. Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Yin smiled slightly. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was likely that this Budu Hao would never have imagined that this distinguished guest in his eyes had actually come for his old life. After that, Xiao Yin brought the little fairy doctor and the rest back to the entrance of the Futu family. Sure enough, there was already a middle-aged man leading a few old men to wait respectfully. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd, as if he was looking for something. When Xiao Yin and the rest came forward, the middle-aged man's gaze also fell on Xiao Yin. Your ancestor invited me here." The few of them had just arrived in front of him when the middle-aged man opened his mouth with a doubtful face. However, the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to instantly change. Numerous gazes also swiftly landed on Xiao Yan's body like spotlights. Soon after, those gazes became strange. There were even some mocking expressions that were revealed. This kid must be crazy. Even if he wants to enter the Futu clan, he shouldn't come up with such a ridiculous reason. Moreover, the one standing before him is the Futu clan's patriarch. Isn't this just courting death? The previous surprise turned into mockery in the blink of an eye. What kind of status did the ancestor of the Futu family have? Usually very few people had even seen him. Even some of the clansmen had not seen his face. This black-robed youth in front of them actually dared to say that Futu Hao had invited him. This was no different from courting death. However, just as everyone was preparing to watch a good show, that middle-aged man, the clan head of the Futu clan, swiftly revealed a respectful expression on his originally doubtful face. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yin, and said, "Young Master Xiao Yin, I have been waiting for you." "Sir, I am the head of the Futu family," Futu sang. "It was my ancestor who asked me to wait for you here. Sir, please." Having said that, Futu sang hurriedly gestured for them to enter. Xiao Yin smiled. Then, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, he led the little fairy doctor and the rest into the Futu family's mansion. After a while, Xiao Yin and the rest saw Futu Hao. His skinny body was draped in a hemp robe. His fingers were like yellow bamboo joints, and he was holding a walking stick. His body was bent like a monster, and his sunken old eyes were like an empty shell. The dim light that shot out from them made people shudder. As he panted, the hoarse sound of breathing from his mouth and nose was even more strange. Luffy knew that this guy was an old monster at the Origin Emperor level. If others saw him, they would think that he was a piece of rotten wood that was about to die. However, under this body, there was an extremely terrifying power. Looking at the old man who was like a dried corpse, Lien, who was behind Li Bingrui, could not help but shrink back. Only Xiao Yin knew that this old man was a character from 1,000 years ago. It was not easy for him to survive until now. Moreover, he had the strength of an Origin Emperor. Mr. Xiao Yan's reputation is like thunder to this old man's ears. The hoarse voice rang out once more. Futu Hao trembled as he walked forward. He slowly nodded at Xiao Yin. "It's just a rumor from the outside world. There's no need to believe it." Mr. Xiao Yin is truly humble. With a laugh, the old man's gaze landed on Bai Hua and the others behind him. Seeing the group of youths before him, shock immediately flashed through the old man's eyes. Although the youths before him seemed ordinary, their cultivations far surpassed regular cultivators. With a single glance, he could tell that Lien Er's cultivation was the lowest among them, but she was also the youngest. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a young origin transformation expert before. It was difficult to imagine that if this girl were to join a sect in the future, she would definitely become someone that the sect would focus on nurturing. At the same time, he could sense a special presence from Lien Er's body. As for the others, their cultivations were naturally not inferior in the slightest. This group of people could be called the proud sons of heaven among the younger generation. Not only is Mr. Xiao Yin a dragon among men, but even your friends are extraordinary. The old man smiled as he slowly swept his gaze over the people before him. In the end, his gaze paused on Lien Er. An obscure light flashed through the depths of his sunken eyes. After chatting idly for a while, Fudu Hao invited this group of people to stay in his Fudu residence. Xiao Yin had something in his heart and would naturally not reject the invitation. At the same time, Fudu Hao stared at the few of them as they left. When his gaze landed on Lien Er, the glow deep within his eyes immediately surged. The woeful poison body, I heard that the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region once lost their holy maiden. If that holy maiden is her, then there's hope for me to break through to the origin ancestor realm. Chapter 1295. Xiao Yin and the others were currently seated in one of the guest rooms of the Fudu clan at night. The room was dimly lit, and Xiao Yin and Bai Hua were currently seated around a table with their brows slightly furrowed. Tremendous spirit power enveloped the entire room, forming an invisible barrier that prevented outsiders from seeing what was going on inside. At this moment, Lianer was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. The little fairy doctor beside her was pouring her mind into the girl's body to help her control the boundless energy within her body. Although the girl's cultivation had already reached the origin transformation stage, she was still young. In addition, she had been in a deep slumber for many years, so her mind was still immature. Although Xiao Yin and the others had helped her control the woeful poison body, she would still be unable to freely use this power for a very long time. For example, the girl had been unable to control the flow of Genesis Qi in her body in the ancient wilderness. When they had left Fudu Hao's place earlier, the little fairy doctor had quickly discovered that the Genesis Qi in the girl's body had gone out of control again. Helpless, she could only use external forces to help her reform the power. Although Fudu Hao looks somewhat terrifying, he seems to be a decent person. Are we really going to kill him? Beside Xiao Yan, Bai Hua frowned slightly. She was somewhat hesitant inside. She did not dare to say that she was a good person, but she knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. Fudu Hao's actions could be considered open and above board, and he had treated them extremely courteously. It was still unreasonable to kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Bai Hua in front of him in a somewhat playful manner. What? When did you start talking about benevolence? You didn't act like this when you were in the Liu clan back then. What did I talk about benevolence? I just feel that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for us to have to resolve a dispute between two people 1,000 years later. I'm just taking someone's money to solve their problem. It's not unreasonable, but you're right. That's why I hope to put this matter after his birthday banquet. Before that, let's think about it again. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His gaze then landed on the two people in front of the bed. Seeing the little fairy doctor place all her attention on Lien Er, a complicated expression involuntarily flitted across Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes. It was not that he did not understand some things, but he was afraid that if he exposed them, it would only deepen the grudge between the two. What's more, while Xiao Yan was lost in a daze, Lien Er's bed finally let out a long sigh. Under the little guidance of the fairy doctor, she attempted to circulate the qi in her body to slowly control her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, Lien Er was trying to circulate the qi under her bodies, controlling her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, qis. Under the fairy, under her guidance is. Yes, it's not a big deal. It's just that this girl's control of her own power is not complete. She'll be fine after a while. The fairy doctor nodded gently. Her beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan before she sat down beside the two of them. Immediately after, the door was opened from the outside. Li Bingrui had just returned from outside. She glanced at Lien Er, who was peacefully cultivating on the bed, and nodded gently. Then, her gaze landed on Xiao Yan and the other two in front of her. She paused and said, I just heard about the matter between the two great clans of Nanlin City. Do you want to hear about it? At the same time, in another part of the Futu family, Futu Hao and the head of the family, Futu Sang, were in a room. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the two of them were discussing something in a low voice. Ancestor, does that girl really have the woeful poison body? Hearing his ancestor's words, Futu Sang could not help but reveal a surprised expression. It was no wonder that the girl was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. It was because of this point. Given this old man's eyesight, I am naturally not mistaken. Earlier, this old man had clearly sensed a weak aura from that girl's body. That aura is indeed the woeful poison body. According to this old man's knowledge, the crossing disaster sect in the central region had once lost their holy maiden many years ago. Back then, that baby girl was the owner of the woeful poison body. If this old man has not guessed wrongly, this girl is that holy maiden, Hiss. Hearing this, Futu Sang's expression changed. If that was the case, all these years, the Crossing Adversity sect has never given up on searching for this holy maiden. Now that she has appeared in our residence, if we can bring that girl to the Crossing Adversity sect, our Futu family will become the second burning flame valley in the extreme south. When he thought about the strength of his source ancestor, a bright light flashed across Futu Hao's sunken eyes. Once he had the cultivation of his source ancestor, not only would his status in the Futu family rise rapidly, but his lifespan would also increase. Futu Hao's hunched body could not help but tremble when he thought of this. His bamboo-like fingers gently stroked his waist. There was an old scar there, and it was because of this that his cultivation had stagnated at the 8-star Origin Emperor level for so many years. Every time he thought of this, a figure from the past would involuntarily appear in his mind. Zhou Tong, ancestor, don't forget that Xiao Yan is also an Origin Emperor. Furthermore, it is said that his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary experts of the same level. Moreover, he seems to have a lot of connections behind him. Back then, during the battle between the three sects, he actually invited over 30 Origin Kings. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Frowning, Futu Sang finally spoke of the most important point. Xiao Yan was also an Origin Emperor. If they wanted to snatch someone from him, it would be tantamount to snatching food from Tiger's mouth. Even if the Futu family was powerful in Nanlin City, it would not be easy to deal with Xiao Yan. Idiot. If you want to capture that girl, why do you need us to do it? We only need to pass the message to the Crossing Adversity sect and obtain enough benefits from them. As for the rest, it will all be up to them. Hearing this, Futu Hao snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up from the chair and walked out slowly with his walking stick. Then, he turned around and looked at Futu Sang again. He said in a deep voice, "You are right, Futu Sang. Immediately send people to the central region tonight. Remember, go to the Crossing Adversity sect as quickly as possible. Before that, I will do my best to delay this group of people. Tell them that if they fail to bring back the Holy Maiden because of their own reasons, then everything will have nothing to do with the Futu family." With that, Futu Hao left. After a moment of thought, Futu Sang followed Futu Hao's instructions and immediately sent the experts of his family to the central region. Chapter 1296. Zhou Clan. Hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He immediately thought of Zhou Tong, who was the previous owner of the Luo Tian Cauldron. Both of them have a surname Zhou, and they are rivals. Could it be that this Zhou clan is the clan that Zhou Tong belongs to? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. He involuntarily sighed and shook his head because of this. If this was really the case, it would be a little too dramatic. The two clans had fought with each other for 1,000 years. Although the Futu clan had won, the ancestor of the Zhou clan had coincidentally gotten Xiao Yan to kill Futu Hao for him. In this way, the strength of the Futu clan in the area around Nanlin City would definitely shrink greatly. By the time the various factions came to suppress them, the Futu clan would no longer exist. In this way, the dispute between the two clans would eventually lead to mutual destruction. During the next 2 days, Xiao Yan's group had quite a good time under Budu Hao's hospitality. During this period of time, Budu Hao had repeatedly requested for Xiao Yan's group to stay a little longer. Xiao Yan's face was naturally courteous, but his heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. It was true that this old man was warm, but it seemed to be a little overboard. Moreover, his tone seemed to be probing. There were a couple of times when his attention was placed on Lian Air. In this regard, Xiao Yan was secretly cautious. He did not expose all of this, but quietly waited for the old man's performance. Originally, Xiao Yin did not have much intention to kill the old man, but his behavior made Xiao Yin feel a little threatened. He did not like the people behind him to be the target of others. Therefore, no matter what the old man had in mind, Xiao Yin would definitely eliminate him before he could carry it out. However, now is not the time. Just as Xiao Yin had said before, after all, it was the old man's birthday banquet. He should at least give him some face. As for taking his life, it would not be too much to talk about it later. The spacious hall was bustling with activity. The entire Futu family was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today was the birthday of the ancestor of the Futu family, Futu Hao. At this moment, the invited experts were either in the courtyard or in the hall. Everyone's face was brimming with joy. Although there was no lack of people among these forces who hated the Futu family to the bone, these people did a perfect job of handling the situation. At this moment, on the main seat in the hall, an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave sat with a smile on his face. As he watched the guests below greet him, his turbid old eyes could not help but reveal a proud expression. He especially enjoyed this attitude of being surrounded by stars. After a long while, Xiao Yin led the little fairy doctor and the others into the hall. He politely cupped his hands toward Futu Hao, who was sitting on the main seat. Only then did the latter stand up to welcome them. Seeing this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces in the originally lively hall froze. Then, all kinds of gazes fell on Xiao Yin and the others. Many of the people present had heard of this young man who had been personally invited by Futu Hao. However, when they saw him now, they could not help but feel a little surprised. Who exactly was this young man to be treated in such a manner by Futu Hao, who is an origin emperor expert? Haha. Everyone, I believe that you're also very curious about who this mister is. Futu Hao smiled faintly. The words that came out of his mouth immediately raised the spirits of the people present. Every one of them perked up their ears and waited for Futu Hao to reveal the answer to them. Cuckoo, if we were to talk about it, I believe that this mister's name is like thunder in everyone's ears. Next, the old me will solemnly introduce everyone. This mister is the one who participated in the battle between the three sects in the extreme south not long ago. Xiao Yin. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the people present burst into an uproar. Many gazes of disbelief fell on Xiao Yin. It was hard to imagine that this person, whose name shook the extreme south, would actually appear in front of them. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that he had appeared at Futu Hao's birthday banquet. This was undoubtedly a form of support for the Futu clan. After this incident, the status of the Futu family in the southernmost region would be further elevated. At that time, there would be many forces that would join them. Thinking of this, the future of the Futu family would be immeasurable. Futu Hao could not help but sneer inwardly as he gazed at the changing expressions of the people in the hall. These fools probably did not know that after today, not only would the Futu clan's reputation soar, but a Source Zone level expert would also appear. In the future, the Futu clan would not be limited to the tiny Nanlin city. From today onwards, even the Burning Flame Valley would have to show some respect to them. After everyone present took their seats, the birthday banquet officially began. Everyone present chatted with each other. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yin and Futu Hao. The atmosphere in the hall also became livelier. The entire Futu clan, and even the entire Nanlin city, slowly passed the banquet in a festive atmosphere. It was only late at night that Xiao Yin and the others returned to the courtyard. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body rapidly circulated. The haze on his face swiftly disappeared, and a bright light flashed in his pitch-black eyes as killing intent quietly emerged. After instructing the little fairy doctor and the others, Xiao Yan's body moved. His body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. The few of them looked at each other from where they stood and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. After which, they quietly sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yin to return. On the other side, Futu Hao was slowly returning to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in his courtyard like a ghost. Futu Hao immediately frowned and quietly circulated the Genesis chi in his body. Xiaoyan's arrival did not seem like a good thing had happened. "Mr. Xiaoyan, it's already late. Why don't you rest early?" The old man's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense a murderous intent in Xiaoyan's eyes. Could he have discovered something? With this thought, the uneasiness in Futu Hao's heart grew. Since he had discovered something, why hadn't Futu Hao shed all pretense of cordiality 2 days ago? Why had he waited until now? "Old mister, your birthday is over. I'm here to collect something from you on behalf of someone else." Xiaoyan's expression gradually turned indifferent. Futu Hao also stepped out of the door. His turbid eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "Take what? Take your life? On behalf of who?" "Luo Tianding Zhoutong."